Like this, I keep getting these grifters on my YouTube recommended. Here's how you work with Claude Code directly from your terminal. Oh yeah? Like, oh yeah? Really? That's how we do it? Is that really how we do it? How did we end up when I did this? Yeah, pretty much not showing up at all. So definitely have to boost the strength, I think, to like something. I don't know. I wish I could like have an automated thing for doing the reflection probe, because it's kind of a pain in the ass, to be honest, to do it. This kind of pipeline of like baking the normal and then waiting and then exporting, and then it's like kind of ridiculous. Like having to make the R probe. I could make a button that saves the R probe and then loads the R probes themselves. I'm wondering if that's worth it. If I just make a button that saves the R probes, the layout of the R probes, just so that I can reuse them. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, you don't really see it. Oh, I didn't hook it up, did I? No, I didn't. I might honestly have to take a bathroom break this stream, which I like never do, but yeah, this is definitely not great. I'm not really happy with that. Not gonna lie. It's so hard to tell from just this what it's gonna look like. It's really hard to tell. Then we have to fucking bake again. Like, this is ridiculously annoying. Yeah, but as you can see, these creases are just kind of gnarly. I don't know, I don't like them. Kind of gnarly. Yeah, so on the to-do list for today is I want to, for the chairs, make it so that they actually all have physics with each other and stop the thing. I also want to implement resting for objects so that they stop updating every single frame if they're just stationary. So those are the things that I want to implement. Very simple things. Very simple things. I did hook it up, right? I did hook it up. It just is so not apparent that it doesn't really show up. Maybe we should have a term within the engine that increases the normal map strength, just so that I don't have to do this when I'm baking it, possibly. I don't know how I would do that though. If I just multiply, is that what you do, is just multiply? That sounds like I would mess it up, to be honest. It sounds like that would mess it up. There's gotta be a better way to make textures, I feel like. Probably A-Sprite. Maybe I should go back to A-Sprite. I had some success doing textures in A-Sprite when I was doing the old engine. But then again, that was like a different style. Probably shouldn't have done 0.9. Why does baking take so long? I feel like if I was baking the normal map, it wouldn't take long. Maybe that sounds egotistical to say. I feel like I could probably figure it out. Alright, that looks pretty bad. That looks pretty bad already. I don't really see it. I did export it again, right? I did. Huh. Yeah, it is over there. It's just not very apparent. The art probe looks good. Yeah, the art probe, I've also noticed the reflections have these weird artifacts in them. I think it's the shadow map causing those black artifacts. So we should probably fix that. I don't really know what's causing it, but we should give it a shot. Let's take note of what these are at. It looks like 3, 2.7, 2.5 or something like that. Let's just take note of that because we could probably just set it to these values and then enjoy life, you know. Yeah. We should also profile what's going on with the frame time, because the frame time is suffering. I think it's due to the physics stuff, to be honest. Doing all the physics stuff is slow. So let's take a look at where that reflection probe stuff is. It's in render under here, and we should match it up with our main scene render because it should be pretty much exactly the same. Okay, so our time and our master frame, I don't think that those were really used for anything important necessarily. So we determine mesh visibility and we don't occlude anything if it's the reflection probe pass. We don't have this. We want to be doing this for now. Create and sort draw commands. This is a classic. Alright, and the upload instance data. I think all of this stuff we've worked out to be pretty solid. Okay, so we draw the sky cube map. Then we go to the FBO. This is all the same. We disable cold face. And then we enable cold face GL back. So I didn't have this. Not sure if that matters. Not sure if that matters. Anyway, the shadow call for shadow draw call count is index count start index, shadow draw command counts, shadow draw command offsets plus this is times current frame plus instance offset. So that should be correct. We do increment the current frame here. I wonder if we try not. Yeah, but this is important because we're triple buffering it. Let me check something. Oh, also, yeah, I'm worried because, yeah, we have a GL finish though. We have a GL finish here after we render everything. So the GL finish should take care of what I'm worried about, which is the triple buffering not being enough. But a GL finish guarantees that we finish this. So I already thought ahead and did that. Does the shadow... This has everything in it, right? Yeah. What is GL? Is it an acronym? For OpenGL? It's probably graphics library or something like that. If I had to guess, I actually don't know. Anyway, we go to the main FBO. Then we render all draw commands true. I wonder if it has to do with the alpha mode, maybe. Let's just give this a shot. Let's just give this a shot. Three, two, two, two. It didn't seem to get the ground. Or is this just not working? No. Oh no, it is getting the ground. It appears that the artifacts are gone. It's a bit dark in the ceiling. But it does appear like the artifacts are gone. As you can see over here, it fucks up the reflection because of the bounds, obviously. If we just increase the bounds, then that naturally just becomes the window. It's weird how that one bends. Oh, it actually bends because of the floor. Yeah, that's where the floor bends. Over there. So that's actually physically correct. Yeah, so as we were talking about earlier, one of these just doesn't, yeah, like this one, I think it's this one specifically, this specific chair just doesn't have collision with the other chairs somehow. It's this specific chair, I think, but with this one it has collision, so it's weird. So I was gonna figure out that bug too. We should also profile our frame time because our frame time is behind. So let's do that, and let's do the timers. So we have one master timer for everything, but we want to add some new ones. I think what I'm gonna do is cam bvh PC and render. It might actually be the UI. This is what I'm expecting to be the thing. If I name one of them timer, then all of them have to be timer. Sorry, that's just the way it is. You're a jigsaw timer. You're a jigsaw timer. And if the song goes minor, I won't mind. 'Cause I'm the lady's gonna love again. Great song. Laura Nyro. Off of Eli and the 13 Confessions, which is her best album. I was introduced to that record I bought it at a record store, just at an antique shop, not knowing what it was because it just had a cool cover. I had no clue who Laura Nyro was, but then I talked to my mom about it after that, and it turns out that my grandmother loved Laura Nyro, so I had no clue about that. But my grandma's passed away now, but she had a really good taste in art and music. Let's make it less abrasive, okay? Let's go, we have PC and render. You're a jigsaw timer. You're a jigsaw timer. Sun goes minor. On my mind. 'Cause timer knows the lady's gonna love again. It's a great song. It's hard to really explain what it's about. It's kind of about this couple who's going through some turmoil or some turbulence in their relationship, you know, and she decides to stay with him because, you know, timer knows the lady's gonna love again. It's a beautiful kind of like sentiment, wonderful song, you know, talking about God and, you know, yeah, it's a beautiful song. Anyway, as expected, it's the physics components that are expensive. Not surprised. Not surprised in that the slightest. The good thing is that it's very fixable using a resting thing, and probably doing a little bit, like, we don't have to do this extra work. This is stuff that does nothing for us. There's so many optimizations we could make for this, like, seriously, there's so many optimizations we can make. PC find collision, search collisions. Do I walk the BVH? I do walk the BVH. But do I walk the search collisions from holes, M holes account? We go through each mesh node. We do not walk the BVH. That's a big mistake. We should walk the BVH, I'm pretty sure. What do I mean by walking the BVH? Basically, we have an acceleration structure called the bounding volume hierarchy for basically everything in the scene. We also have one over each mesh's triangles. And so basically, all it does is it's a tree that when we traverse it, we can find our way to the exact point that we need to check way faster than checking against every triangle, right? So if we have a point over here, instead of checking against everything, we just check about what's in that specific node. So that's what I mean by walking the BVH. But I did a really naive, just like go over all of the mesh nodes, and I wrote a note here: traverse scene BVH using AABB for the mesh, and I never did that. But yeah, we should do that now, because that will make the physics substantially faster. By the way, we have like 9 chairs and 4 bottles, and they're all doing collisions, right? So every frame. We don't have a resting thing. Most engines end up having a resting thing, which is just if an object doesn't have extra velocity or angular velocity for enough frames, then it just enters a resting state until something hits it. So we should also, that's like a very simple thing to implement. I kind of didn't want to do it earlier because it kind of feels like cheating. Like when I was stacking the boxes, if I just threw a resting mechanic on top of it, then yeah. So I think, so with the note that I left here for this specific thing is I was only putting in the BVH static meshes. Okay. Now that was just done for the light mapper, but I was basically thinking maybe I have two BVHs, one for static and one for dynamic. I'm not sure though. I might just like look this up. Should I really do that? Should I have two BVHs, one for static and one for dynamic objects in a custom engine? I'm going to assume so. Yes, two separate, one for static and one for dynamic is a standard and highly effective design. Because I should only be updating the dynamic ones every frame. The slight overhead though is that now I have to traverse two BVHs instead of one. What's the difference between the static and dynamic? It's literally just static and dynamic mesh is literally just one of them can move, one of them has the ability to have physics, and one of them doesn't, right? Static objects are baked into the scene. So when I generate a light map for it, it's only the static stuff. That's the stuff where we can get really high resolution light map data, things like this, so that it looks really good, right? But dynamic meshes are meshes that could move anywhere, that we can place anywhere, right? And they aren't baked into the scene. And so they sample probe lighting. They have, obviously, like they can have a physics component, they can have animation. Those sorts of things they can move, right? But like static things like the building, like the bar mesh that we see, those are completely static. They can't move. So the division is important because when I bake my light maps, for example, when I bake my probes, you're only baking it based on the static meshes, based on the things that are guaranteed to be there. Right, and so it's faster for us to just make a BVH just for static, right, and then make one just for dynamic, because it's also faster for all the dynamic objects to just have their own, so that you can rebuild the tree fast, right, because you're only doing the dynamic meshes and not the static ones. So my plan was to have both a static BVH and a dynamic BVH for this dilemma. The problem with doing that is that now there's extra overhead, because now each time you want to check for collisions, you have to walk through both the static and the dynamic BVH. And that's a lot of like code duplication and extra code we have to write. And there's like a lot of extra complexity to it that is kind of frustrating, like it's not not something that's very fun to write, rewrite our things so that we can do a static one, because this init scene BVH just does it for the whole scene, right? And so to do a dynamic one, we would literally just do the opposite of this, and then say if it's a static mesh, then continue, right? How am I planning on making the resting mechanic? What I literally am gonna do is basically what I'm gonna do is I'll just go per physics component at the end of basically have another loop here at the end of the iteration for a physics step. I'll just go through all the physics components again, and then just take in the velocity, check the angular velocity, and if the angular velocity at the end of the frame is minus the beginning of the frame, if there's like very little delta, then I'll just add a counter onto the physics components that just keeps going until it hits like 50, right? And then it goes into a resting state. It's just every frame, right? So obviously we have to make it's so weird that this doesn't, yeah, here it is. So we have to make a rest counter. We have this out rest boolean already that I set up, but I didn't obviously do anything with it. For memory's sake, you really don't want to do this, but I think that this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to cache the old vel, and then old angular, okay, and that is what we'll reference here before we apply velocity and stuff. We will go PC old vel equals PC vel. The same thing for the angular. And then at the end, we're just going to do that difference. So float vel diff equals vec3 length vec3 sub PC old vel PC vel. So that just gets the difference between them. And then we want to do the same thing for angular. A vel diff, and then if vel diff is less than some epsilon, which we'll say const float rest eps equals 0.01f, less than rest eps, and a vel diff less than rest eps, then we want to go PC rest counter plus plus, and else we will go PC rest counter equals 0, and go PC at rest. Just assert that it's not at rest, right? And then we'll just say if PC rest counter is greater than or equal to, let's make a const int rest margin, let's put it to 50, rest margin. Then we will set PC at rest equals true, PC rest counter equals 0. Okay, so that should be just the mechanic. Of course, we want to make sure that we just skip physics updates on at rest, which we do. We want to make sure that we just, every single physics update, that we don't update it if it's at rest. Now the tricky thing is that we have to figure out how to make it not at rest, right? I think I do it when we collide with it from the player camera, right? I'm pretty sure that I just set it to at rest equals false, right? But if another object hits it, you also want to wake it up. Not sure. What happens if an object slows down to almost 0 velocity but then gets pushed again? This means caching the old velocity actually makes the engine think it's resting. Well, no, because then the new velocity would have a big difference, right? Unless I'm not understanding. Again, on the next frame, does it mean caching the old velocity? Actually, the old velocity is, we get it at the end of the last frame, so right here. And then we apply velocity here, which is gravity. And then we find collisions, right? So if we end up getting a velocity here, then we naturally make it not rest. I hope that I'm explaining it. It shouldn't trick it into thinking it's not resting now. The thing is, everything that has a manifold with it needs to maybe every time we create a new manifold. Yeah, maybe every time we make a new manifold, then we make them not at rest. Let's try that. I think it's under create manifold. Create new manifold. Is that where it is? Would that be it? Let's try that. And then go into here, and then let's just say if a at rest equals false, if b at rest equals false. Just try that. I don't really know if this is gonna work, but we're gonna try. We have to try. Okay, they're not resting. They're not resting. Okay, so let's do something then. Let's print out to see if they do become at rest. My guess is that they do rest and then they are immediately woken up from the rest. So let's just see when we set them to rest. Or it could be that our margin is too low for the epsilon. Yeah, I guess that they don't ever go to rest. Yeah, I guess that they never go to rest. Let's try raising it, I guess, just to see if we can make things go to rest. I was just thinking about it. Am I measuring the change in velocity? Yeah. Yeah, I'm measuring the change. We do have less, so some objects went to rest. I'm pretty sure that the bottles went to rest and the chairs didn't. So this went down to 9 milliseconds for our physics update. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, the bottles go to rest. You see that? So the bottles are all standing up. So all the bottles went to rest. The chairs don't. Correct me if I'm wrong, but an object not have a constant velocity, but it won't have any. But can an object not have a constant velocity? It won't have any change velocity, but still be moving. That is true. You are right. You are right. You are right. You are right. I mean, that would like never be a thing because of like friction and stuff, but you are right. Yeah, then maybe we should also verify if it's a really low velocity. So you are right about that. Yeah, maybe the change in velocity thing isn't what we should be doing. I'm pretty sure that if we just do this, then it will work. But I kind of wanted the change in velocity thing because I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Maybe I should raise this more. Let's just print out the I think it's just simply not. We can also test the angular. It might be the angular that's the problem. The magnitude of the velocity. Because then you get direction and speed. What do you mean? Just like print out what I'm printing out right now? Okay, let's see what we get. Okay, it's gonna be laggy as fuck because we're printing out. That just straight up fell through the thing. It's angular velocity that's... Well, it seems like everything, to be honest. Avel diff is 0.1. The old angular is... Yeah. 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 Yeah, let's just go based on how low it is, I think. Let's just go based on how low it is. What is this Alright, let's try it. Let's try just doing the rest seal. I have a feeling that this is gonna work. I just kind of don't want it to work. I want to do it the other way. Because measuring the change, I feel like, is more physically appropriate for going to rest. The chairs still don't rest. .5 seems so massive, though. Now everything rests. And when we hit it, it wakes up. But yeah, it falls through the floor sometimes. Yeah, there will be those bugs with it, I think. It's still calculating the one that fell through the floor. Yeah, I don't know why it fell through the floor. Yeah, we have to fix those bugs. Yeah, but that at least is working, I guess. I guess. There's something outside my window. It always scares me. I have an AC in my window, and so when things outside, like bugs and shit, like scratches up against it, it like freaks me the fuck out. I hate fucking bugs. I put it like a giant screen over the AC on the outside so that bugs don't get in, because there was like bugs that were coming in through it, which was fucking. I think they're trying to get through again. Yeah, just try not to think about it, I guess. Anyway, so how do I... Dudes in armor, yeah. They sometimes do like scratch up against it. We live in like the southern kind of swampy parts of like the East Coast, and so we get like literally like giant flying roaches, you know, like horrifying fucking shit. So I have like reason to be worried about it. Just try not to think about it. Okay. Okay, so we were trying to figure out we gotta play around with it more to see how the bugs are gonna end up. Okay, so this doesn't interact with that one because it's asleep. Right, and so that's the first thing to fix. That's the first thing to fix. Dude, like, I was considering like banging on it or something so that they stop. Yeah, I'm telling you, they used to crawl in through this AC. Like, they used to like actually just like crawl through it into this fucking room, and I would watch them and have to kill them, and like this shit like fucking scares the fuck out of me, dude. It's horrifying. Okay, so we push it. It hits something else. It has to hit it. It has to hit it. Where would it hit it? It would hit it search collisions from hole, and then it would hit it here with GJK. It would hit it here. So let's just see. Let's just comment this in colliding. Let's just see if that ends up going off. Colliding, colliding, colliding. So it does go off. Okay. It might find manifold for pair. So let's just do it from here. If PC at rest equals false, if mn0 PC at rest equals false. Just try asserting that before we go any deeper, just to see. Okay. This time it looks like it didn't, this time it looks like it didn't do it at all. Okay, well maybe not. Maybe that was just our collision. Okay, well then why would it not hit it? No, I'm not. Because if we wake up this object, if we wake up our object, right, it is now awake and it checks for PC find collision. It checks it here. So I can check checking. It checks for collision here. And then it should wake up the other object that it, I'm not skipping at rest in the inside loop. So everything's at rest. We hit this and now it's checking again. You see? So it starts to check again and it should go PC find collision. And maybe it's search for collisions from PC actually. Yeah, it probably is this. Wait, did I comment this out? Oh no, this is... How does it get into here? If there isn't a mesh. Okay, so there should always be a mesh. So it would go into here. And then it would go through here. I'm wondering if it has something to do with this if manifold process thing. We can try getting rid of it. Do I wake the sleeping body somewhere? The one that I'm touching is awake. Yes, we just printed out and proved that. It is awake. I awake this one here. Oh fuck. This is the problem. I didn't do this. That was that's my bad. Now it probably works. But I just had a typo. That didn't really do it. I think this is working. Yeah, this is working now. It's weird that this one just went through that one. But I think that that's a separate issue. That was happening earlier. Where some of them just like just go through each other randomly. I have to figure it out. Like this just goes through this one. See? So we have to figure that out. Have to figure that out. Let's do a 1, still 2. What is different about these? Is there anything different? They all have correct scale. So it's not a scale thing. How do I even debug something like this? Check if a collision is generated at all. Yeah, just print colliding again and see. Yeah, it doesn't detect a collision. Like this over here will detect a collision with that. You can see the printouts. So it literally doesn't see it in GJK. We try. No, I wanna figure out exactly that stool, why it's just that one. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna toggle the visibility on all of the other stools, and then just do those two stools, and then we just test, because now we can just print out just for this, right? We're gonna check M ID versus M0 ID. Three is the stool, 2 is the floor, I think. Wait, now it works. Why does it work now that the other stools aren't there? That's probably the clue for us. That is probably the clue right there. So this is 5. Two, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9. There should be more. Wait, no, this is against GJK stuff. So in this case, it was checking against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Stacking these women cubes up to heaven. When I get to 110, then I'll be the king of men. The king of men is tall and strong. Stacking women all day long. It's a great video. Okay, so here's what I just realized. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There is only 6 here. There's only 6 here. But there's 7 other stools other than this one. But there's 6 here. That's missing 4. It's missing 4. Let's check the... Somehow one stool is just missing. Yeah, well, I don't think that it's missing. I think that we're skipping it. I think that maybe 2 of these mesh nodes are pointing to the same mesh, possibly, or something like this. Or it's getting a static mesh, or something like this. I don't know. So let's just test the mesh nodes as well as the meshes. This is gonna lag a lot. Okay. Now, okay. So these are the mesh nodes. 0, 1, 2. Checks 5, 2. 5, 3. And then skips over 5, 4. The only thing that we do is we continue if the IDs are the same. So what I have to guess at this point is that either it's the manifold process thing, which it might be. Yeah, let's just try this. Let's just test next if it's the manifold process thing, or if somehow two mesh nodes are getting the same ID. If two mesh nodes get the same ID, then that could cause this. Yeah, it's the manifold process thing. If manifold process continue. Huh. How is the manifold processed flag getting flipped? Are you checking for both dynamic? Yes. The thing is, we clip a manifold for the contact points for each mesh, and to not do a manifold twice, to not process a manifold twice, we have this check here that we check if the pair has been found, and if so, then we check if it's been processed this frame. Okay, and if it's been processed this frame, then we skip checking it because we've already clipped the manifold for those two meshes. It does get reset. It gets reset here. It definitely does get reset. It definitely does. I can't remember because it's been a long time since I've touched it. Hey, what's up, Anna? It does, right? Oh, shit. Wait, no. It happens here. I do it here. Maybe if I free a manifold and don't set it to false. Something like this. Because I set it to false here. But that's only if I process it. How about this? Let's try setting it to false regardless if it's free, and then let's try this. Regardless if it's free or not. So let's just try it. You argued with idiots who think committing a crime voids you of your human rights. That does sound kind of silly. Okay, so this works now. Okay, so somehow there's a free manifold that we're detecting. When we find manifold per pair, do we if free, continue? if the manifold is free, we continue. So, what? That's so confusing. That's so confusing. I need to see what else touches this processed flag. When I clip the manifold, I set it to true. I set it to true twice. True twice in there. I set process to true for the manifold when it hits GJK and PC process collision node. Huh. Okay. So this is confusing. I should really look at the manifold itself. So one thing would be nice to set some areas to be baked. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. We can band-aid fix it for now. It's just weird. Because if not processed, then we set it to free. We should continue here. I don't know why I don't continue there. But this is where I free manifolds. Basically, if we go through and we don't detect a collision that we did before, that we had a manifold for before, then we just get rid of it. Then we discard the manifold here. But somehow it's finding a manifold for this pair that that is stale. That gets stuck unprocessed and then doesn't get flipped back. But I guess we should set it to process no matter what, even if it is free. Oh, if m count equals 0, continue. I didn't even see this. Oh. If there are no collision points and it continues, then it never gets set to processed. Oh, so it's not this free flag. It's if there's no collision points. Okay, I see the problem now. Okay, well, we fixed it. That is the fix right there, is to just make it process no matter what. Okay. Okay, bug solved. It's complicated, but yeah, basically what was happening was there was a manifold with 0 points that just was making it so that we never validated the collision, and now all of them should have collision with each other. Am I still fixing the model? It's okay. I mean, the baking the normal thing is just Google AI told me to do the wrong thing, so I just got kind of pissed off, and then yeah. These don't really go to rest, unfortunately, when they're lying down. They don't really go to rest. I tried to make a resting thing so that, because our frame time was suffering because of all the fucking chairs. But yeah, when they're touching each other, it's kind of hard. Yeah, it wasn't even Jarvis. It was like just the AI overview. It told me to like put it into a bump node and then put it into the normal and then you bake. But I just put it into displacement and then it just magically worked. And that's what I had in the beginning. So fuck AI Jarvis, bro. Fuck Google AI overview Jarvis. So when we create new manifold, we should be able to... When we create new manifold, we should be able to do this. Just set them to not at rest. Let me try this again. Google Jarvis versus Grok Jarvis. Doesn't Grok Jarvis make you have to have a fucking Twitter account? I'm not doing that shit. You cannot tell me to make me do that shit. You'd have to pay me money to have a Twitter account. Absolutely not. Imagine having to go onto social media to talk to AI. That's just insanely fucked up, bro. Why do we never create new manifold? Does find manifold for pair make a new one? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The whole point was to create new manifold when there is a detected collision that wasn't detected before. Oh my god, I'm just fucking stupid. I'm just fucking dumb as fuck. Like, lock me in jail. I must have copy and pasted that and just never noticed. Grok, is this true? Is it really the stupidest model ever? Why are we lagging? Mr. GPU, why are we lagging? Okay, this doesn't work either. Fuck me, I guess. Hello? Do I ever get into that? I don't think so. Hello? We get there. Oh, but and then the frame happens and then we go not at rest. Probably. Oh. We need a flag that gets tripped when we turn something to not at rest. That gives it a frame to warm up, basically. But if something isn't at rest, then it should be... This happens when I think it happens. It happens when we collide with a new object. So therefore... Oh, when we make something not at rest equals... Oh no, but we set this here. We set the counter at 0 here. that sounds pretty funny. Yeah, that does sound pretty funny. When does the hello happens? Hello. Rest. So it's not like something goes to rest after it gets helloed. You're gonna drive me insane. You're gonna drive me fucking insane today, aren't you? Oh, am I fucking stupid? Am I actually fucking stupid? I'm actually fucking so dumb that I can't read my own code. Okay. Am I fucking stupid? I think I'm stupid. Okay, there we go. I'm just dumb. I just can't fucking read my own code. I'm just dumb. Okay, there we go. I solved the problem. I solved the problem. Hello from the other side. Come to if you're alive. Beaming the sun onto the wall and watching it take 20 seconds. Yeah, that does sound like it would be cool. It does sound like it would be cool. Now the GPU is just being fucking weird. Just being weird. You're weird. You're literally weird. GPU is weird. You're weird. Stop being weird. I am going to assume that you meant 29 FPS. I still don't like the floor. I'm just gonna be completely honest. Even after all the fucking work that we did on the floor, I just still don't like the floor. I still don't like the floor. It's just like it's just not really that great. Can I try the other types of noise maybe? Like multifractal? What is multifractal? This shit lags my computer so much. No, 290 with stutters every 1 second. Oh, with stutters, I see. Maybe I should try baking this. Seems a bit smoother. I don't know. I do have kind of fun just like baking the textures and then seeing what they look like in the engine. That's fun. I just wish that I could get to something that is cool. 10 FPS update time. You're like me now. I didn't plug it in, did I? Yeah, of course I didn't fucking plug it in. My dumbass. I just can't believe it. Like, actually, fucking idiot. Literal idiot. Can't believe it. Yeah, this is kind of what I was looking for, not gonna lie. Just like kind of warped a little bit. Yeah, this is what we're going for. This is what we are going for. And then we're gonna blow out the color on this thing and make it really ugly. Yeah, this is what we're looking for. This is what we are looking for. Yeah. I love how the reflection gets fucked up on the floor. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, sometimes the bottles fall through. I think it's the lack of bomb guard, probably. Yeah, the GPU time is not exactly, you know. When my GPU gets mad, it kind of gets mad, real mad. Real mad. Dude, getting a fucking real computer would be so badass. Holy shit. Be like 60 FPS permanently? Oh my god. I don't want to attach IDs to lights and then point a spotlight from the camera perspective. Yeah. I wonder how they get those things to update in real time. Anyway, this normal is actually just like goated. This normal is goated. This shit is really good. This texture that we made, like it a lot. I like it a lot. So how do we bake color off of this? I'm kind of feeling like, what if we just put it in? What if we just put it in? And it makes things very wonky. And then just add a color ramp to it. possibly. So they add a color ramp to it in the middle. Maybe. You take the factor or something. There's a dark. Okay, maybe the color ramp is not what we're looking for. I kind of want to make it like red. I don't understand how the color ramp works. I don't really know how it works, not gonna lie. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, probes are pretty good, yeah. Yeah, it's just a little bit too maybe color ramp is not what we need. Maybe it needs to be hue saturation value. Yeah, this is exactly what we thought. Okay, kind of like color vomit, but then you add something else, and then it all makes sense. Then you take like a mix color or something like this, and then mix it with mix it with red or something. Yeah, that's banger. That is banger. That is exactly what we want. Yeah. We're cooking. We're fucking cooking. We're cooking like insane, dude. This is fucking cracked. It's kind of color vomit, but it's kind of cool. No, don't put it in the middle, bro. What are you doing? Stop being weird. uh, this sort of frosted glass look, that would be sick. That would be absolutely rad. That would be absolutely rad. You are right. Yeah, this shit is dark. This shit is so dark. This shit is so dark. This shit is way darker than I meant to make it. God damn it. Classic, the classic, the classic, the classic. Because it looks like color vomit on here. Like it looks like color vomit here, and so you want to make it darker. But Half-Life 2 material? Well, I do like Half-Life 2. I just wish in Blender it looked better. Oh yeah, this is fucking banger. This is fucking sick. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. And now we just need to make this light like strobe. That's gonna be banging. If I went with triangles, I don't think this light would be doable. Yeah, that floor is exactly what I wanted. It is kind of weirdly quantized, but that's alright. Now for the actual rest of the building, I feel like this has to get changed. I don't really like the concrete. I don't really like the bar either. The bar should be glossy and like black, like an actual thing, like black leather. Make the top of it like black leather. In real time for this, so it would be more dynamic. I think that's how they do it. That they do it around the player or something. At least from that talk that you linked me. Yeah, I don't know what I want the walls to be like. I kind of want the walls to be like very trippy, kind of fractal. Yeah. So let's take a look at this next. The building material. Let's add a noise texture. I wonder what wave texture, magic texture, what is this? Psychedelic color texture. What does this do? Oh shit, no way. This is fucking sick actually. Wait, can we fuck with this a little bit? Wait, I've never used this before. Oh hell yeah. Oh wait a second, this is sick. This is sick. You could totally fuck with this. Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Oh fuck yes, bro. This is exactly what we want. That is exactly what we're looking for. That is totally right where we need it, bro. I kind of want to do a brick texture and then just mix the two. Let's do a combined color. Oh wait, no, you. Oh wait, you can't. This isn't the right thing. It's a color. Is it really mix? What is this, dude? What is this? This is weird. It doesn't go across. It doesn't go across. I mean, I guess you'd have to UV unwrap it to go across. Anyway, this probably looks fucking gross. Yeah, this shit looks fucking disgusting. Get rid of this. Never using that ever. What does sky texture do? What is this? The fuck is this? Turn the altitude up so that it becomes darker. No, I mean this is just not it. This shit lags my computer like nothing else. Okay, don't do this. It was a cool idea, but don't do it. What is hetero terrain? What? Hetero? The fuck? Dude, I'm having a ball. I'm having a fucking ball right now. Like heterosexual, exactly. Yeah, I was like, hetero terrain? Really? This is crazy. What the fuck am I making? What the fuck is this? What is that? Are we really doing this? This would kind of go nuts though. Like, you gotta be real. Like, this kind of could go fucking insane, sicko. Oh yeah, that is cute. Yeah, go do that. Yeah, this could go. This is so fucking trippy. I just want to see what this looks like in the engine. Because it might look cool. Circular dependency. What are you talking about, bro? What the fuck is that? Why does it look so bad? What? What? Why does it look so bad? Fuck, that looked awful. Maybe I need to make it high res. Wait, don't tell me that it overwrote my image texture for the fucking floor. Are you fucking serious? What a piece of shit program. Like, no, you piece of shit. I'm so glad that I saved this. I'm so glad that I saved this. I would have been so fucking tilted. What? What? Like, bro. What? What? The fuck, bro? Alright, I have to rebake the floor. God, it's so annoying that you have to unselect them every fucking time. It should only bake one at a time unless you tell it to. Like, that's my opinion on it. It's kind of stupid. Dude, like, what the fuck, dude? Like... It's so low res, man. Like, what? It's so low res. Dude, that's badass. I want to get rid of the lines. I want to get rid of the lines so bad. The lines are just so annoying. Alright, let's take a look at how we can do it. Alright. Which one is it? Is this the lines? No. It's in here. It's in the distortion itself. Dude, I feel like this would be so cool, but the problem with it is that at the end of the day, it's like it would have to be such a crazy crazy texture size. It would have to be like such a massive texture size. Dude, I could play this fucking forever. Not gonna lie. Dude, this is so much fucking fun. The problem with this is that the colors themselves just aren't very appealing. And so really you want to do this so that you can change the actual color combinations, because otherwise they're just dog shit. Alright, sorry, I hit the mic. I fuck with that. I fuck with that a lot. No, don't turn it to floor, you fucking freak. I think you need a big texture for this. Otherwise it just ends up looking like not good. Like it ends up looking like so low res unless you have a high definition texture for this. Like this shit needs to be 4K, this texture. With smart UV unwrapping, you might be able to get away with it being less, but yeah, see, look at this. Nana debug views? I don't know what that is. Yeah, this one just looks like noise. This one doesn't really feel like psychedelic at all because of how low res it is. Like this looks sick, but it like needs to be, we need to actually like make like a fucking, it needs to be like it needs to be like 4096. Like how crazy is 4096 for this? Super geometry thing in UE5. Unlimited triangles in a scene. Oh, I see. Also has a bit too much yellow for my taste. Kind of makes it look like nasty. I try to get rid of it, but I kind of failed. I probably shouldn't be touching this while it's going, huh? Maybe it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, this is taking forever to bake. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's just not do it, and then just do it like this. We probably get away with just like turning the scale down a bit, and then we could probably get away with it being lower res. Alpha just destroys things. I see. Oh my god, it's taking forever to do this. Why does alpha just destroy things? Can't you just sort it? Can't they just sort it? It's taking forever to cancel. I may have broken it. Anyway, I should animate the oh, it's my GPU that's mad at me. We could just like temporarily go to best performance just so that it unhitches. Just temporarily. Just temporarily. Oh my gosh, the lag is insane. Yeah, Blender has hijacked my entire computer. Holy shit. I'm literally like lagging so much that I'm editing files by accident. Okay. Okay. In normal nano are advised to focus more on physically showing those details in triangles. Time remaining 8 hours or 8 minutes. Maybe I should just reopen this. So did you try out UE5? Is that why you're so familiar with it? I don't want my images to not be saved. Okay, at this point, just like get rid of it. Just die already. Like fucking Christ. The shit broke my whole computer. Okay, we're never baking 4096 ever again. We're never baking 4096 ever again. Okay, no, shut up. Alright, there we go. It's insane what he can do. Yeah, it sounds pretty crazy. I want to do 2048. Let's see if we can bake 2048. Does sound pretty crazy. I don't have POM. Maybe I should have POM. Should I implement displacements? Are displacements cool? I want to code the God, this lag is ridiculous. Like, I literally can't use fucking Helix right now. It's like, it's broken. Like, we're quitting Helix. It's like this shit broke my whole computer. Like, this is ridiculous. I can't even edit my code. Like, my whole computer is fucked. Like, what the fuck is this? Oh my fucking god. And dude, okay. Whatever. Alright, peace out. Dude, this is ridiculous. I guess we have to just wait while it bakes, because it's apparently my entire all of the performance of my computer is going into baking this one texture. How long? It says an hour remaining. That can't be true. Okay, it's finished. Okay. Okay. Does this... Okay, this does have... Okay, let's see. I didn't fucking hook it up. Okay, that's a lot better. That is a lot better. That is way better. Now all we really need is a way to animate the UVs of the texture. And make them move. But then don't you need another shader? You need another shader, right? For that? You need another shader to move them. Maybe I should ask Jarvis about this. Let's ask Jarvis. Let us ask Jarvis about this. Okay, let's see what Jarvis says. What's the correct structural solution for something like this? Even at 2048, it feels too low res. Okay, so it says to do the if directive for GLSL, which I've never done before, but I should try it. It says to if def it, and then GL shader source. Shader 3 source is null. As an array of strings GL shader source, OpenGL will stitch these together internally. Okay, interesting. So when we compile a shader, we have sources, which is the version, the macro, and then the shader source. And then it stitches them together, all of those strings, and then you pick compile on it. Got it. So you compiled two different shaders. And then certain materials go to the other one. Got it. Alright. Let's figure out how to do this. Okay. So it says basically, here's what it says. It says to go into this shader, and then our uniform for this uTime, it says that you can do something, you can do an if def animation, and if you can do this, you can do this, and then down here when you actually do the animation with the UVs, you can just do this here. So UV equals and then just do if def animation. So you want to be more descriptive than that later, you can end if here, and then do UV equals UV plus sign uTime times 0.01f or whatever the fuck you're doing. Okay. Something like that. We can give it a test later. Anyway, when you compile the shader, you compile it multiple times. and then you basically have two versions of them. So you have the dynamic shader, and then you have the other one. So the thing with the dynamic shader is that we have all these cached locations. And it's a geometry shader. How do we want to do this in a way that's not going to fuck everything up? We could compile shaders before we load in GLTFs and then just have a custom property. For each material that tells them where to go. And then each shader version has a string, has a name. Yeah. We can change the type of this. I just feel like that's so OD, but I think that that's actually necessary. It's gonna be so much code that we have to refactor, like holy fucking shit, for us to do this. But it's not. We also want them to have a name. Shader alias. Hey, what's up, Joshua? Shader alias. I think that's what we will call it. And so this will have a shader alias versions. Program on a 256 name and version count. And now we have to refactor a bunch of code, like an insane amount of code. But that's okay. Oh wait, but these need to be done per thing. Oh. Okay, never mind. Never mind, we're not going to do that. We will not do that. We will not do that. We'll just do them separately. We'll just have an array of shader programs that are dynamic shader. I wonder what there is a maximum for the GL uniform locations. Max uniform locations, OpenGL, there is. Oh, within a single program, it's 1024. Okay, so there isn't, so we don't have to worry about it when we compile. Okay, so we'll just compile this in a loop then. Okay, that's how we'll do it. So dynamic shader is now going to, we're gonna have 32 of them, so that we can do our if def shit, so that we can animate stuff. We're gonna extern it. Okay. Okay. So when we init dynamic shader, we want to do this in a loop. For now, we'll just keep these things hard-coded so that we don't get overwhelmed. Because if we like do this shit where we make things, you know, super extendable and whatever, then we're just gonna get overwhelmed. Okay. So this create geometry shader program is obviously gonna have to change. Alright, let's figure it out. So this compile shader for the GL fragment shader is going to have to change. We want to have one special function for the big shader. We're going to create, they call it an Uber shader. So I guess we will call it an Uber shader. Okay. So let's see what the syntax is again. If I'm gonna end up having like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these, like, I want a way that I don't have to pass in 7 booleans. That just sounds kind of disgusting, like, I'm not gonna lie. That's not what I want to do. Yeah, we should do it this way. And then do this one not as a loop so that we can pass in which one is which. You kind of want a bit mask or something for all of them. Let's not worry about it. Let's just put in a boolean for now. And then we can do a bit mask later. I don't know what a bit mask would look like for this. It would end up just being a enum anyway. So honestly, we could just do a switch case. We can just do a switch case on I, and just like pass in this, and then just do a switch case on it. Okay. We only need it in the frag. So really what I should do is uber frag shader, and then it takes in int I, and then we need to make a thing. Cool, man. I get to learn simple line shader OpenGL today. You draw a raycast. The graphics already work using simple meshes. That's awesome. Yeah, that is awesome. Simple line stuff is pretty fun. You can also use I believe it's GL fill mode or something like this, and then draw everything with lines, which is something I didn't know about for a long time. Okay. So we have a So we're just going to switch case the I. It would have been the same way using a bit mask, but you know, this way is fine. So we're going to sprintf into macro just a new line in this case, and in this line we will sprintf into it animation, which is what we called it, and for now we'll just do default break. Okay, so now this this GL shader source goes down here. We make a sources array, and that becomes version macro source. And then this gets put into here. You now do 3 sources. Okay. So this just concatenates the version, whatever the macro is for the ifdef. I think you have to do define. This is actually a define animation. So that's how you compile it. And then, of course, at the top of our shader, we have to remove this because we're adding it when we compile it. So we should have a define for this. We have two Uber shader versions that we need to delete. Okay. I think it would be just much easier to just bind UTime regardless of it. It's tricky because, for example, on this mesh, the building is split up between the floor and the walls, and we only want the walls to have the animation. So if I give the entire object a custom property to go to that shader, then obviously that's not going to work. What I could do is separate by materials on it, and then just make it, and then just give it a custom property. Or we can make it by material, that materials have this baked into them, which is an idea that I don't really like very much. But you could give a custom property to a material, I believe. I believe that's what this is, right? If I click on this, yeah, you can. You can give it to a material, so I might do that. Hello, I have a random question. Do I use AI to help me learn, or just look online and stuff? I feel like both of those are kind of the same thing now. I don't let AI write code for me, but you know, I don't let AI write code for me, but I do use it. Like I just used it for figuring out the defines for GLSL, that structure. But I don't let it write code for me because it doesn't write good code. But yeah, if I do it per material, if I encounter like something new or want to implement something but you don't know what to do, how do you approach it? I just Google, when I need to implement something new, I kind of already have an idea of why I need to implement it and what it is. And so I just Google it. Or, I mean, asking AI is fine, you know. I don't like using AI because it steals people's jobs. That's kind of my gripe with it. But do I think that AI has made me dumber? No. I think it has the possibility of making you dumber if you, like, you know, use Claude code or whatever all the time. Like, but I've never, like, paid for like, you know, for it to write code for me. So, yeah, I think both approaches are fine. Both approaches are fine. How do I oh right, I have the secondary program. So I guess I could just have it here and then basically just go here, separate by material, and then separate the floor, and then add the property to the walls. Or you could add it to the material of the walls. But then everything with this material is going to be... Yeah, I think you just want it on the material, I'm not going to lie. So that's what I'm going to do. But yeah, it does require more work for me to do this. Let's just put it... Let's put it as a string. Yeah, let's put it as a string. And then match on the string rather than anything else. Okay, so let's do this. So this will be shader, and we want to set the shader to UV animation. Okay. So when I set this up, I need to, as printf, the ones into it. So then we'll have the one. So this one will be dynamic shader 0 dot name. We will call it default. And then one we will call UV animation, and then we'll just match the string when we get a shader in a material. The only thing I don't know is when I export this, where it's going to be on the JSON. So I have to check this. Shader UV animation on materials, on the material. That's all I need to know. That is all I need to know. It's on the material, and then it we probably want to store it. We want to resolve it to an integer based on our current shaders, and then resolve it. So let's just go to where we parse in the materials. Yeah, here. So it's not in extensions. I did delete it. It's in extras. So we want to get this down here. And then we just do if extras, then we have shader. Okay. From within the shader, we get if cjson is string. And we want to resolve it. So material needs a int shader. Let's make this 256. It needs a shader. So right, this is GLTF material. Right, now you have to do the string compares for it. So if we find a match, then we will simply set the destination shader equals I. Otherwise, we will default destination shader equals 0. Okay. And now, when we bind the material, we need to bind the correct shader, right? So we're actually losing a lot of performance here because now we have to bind a different shader each time, which is gnarly. So we should be also sorting on shader, right? So we also have to do that. We also have to sort our draw commands by shader. So that's important to do as well. We're kind of running out of space on our key that sorts. Oh fuck! This wasn't even this wasn't even correct. We can really fit multiple of these things inside of the DC thing here. Let's go to where we define draw command, and let's add. Oh, we have shader on here already. We just never used it. We need to get it from the material. From mats DC material dot shader. Oh, also, we didn't change it so that we actually got the shader from this. When we do this, mat shader equals mats I dot shader. There we go. So now that we have the shader, we need to sort. it all these are 16-bit UN16s. We could make static mesh. Static mesh should be a uint8t. And then we make shader a uint8t. Now we just have a maximum of 256 of them. And now we just do both of them and shift over by 8. Or wait, material already, we're already sorting by material. And the shader is material specific. Oh, but you want to make sure that everything, yeah, so this is, we want to sort by these first, yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. 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 Okay, we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. The material has the shader, so we can just do shader here. We have a lot of work to do. Yeah, we do have a lot of work to do here. There's a lot of code to refactor. Okay. If you go with that fella, you'll never come back. Now the tricky thing is that we could technically have a callback function, like a function pointer that when we bind a new shader, we see which each shader has a function pointer to bind its own uniforms. That's what I used to do. It's quite complicated and mentally taxing to set up. But yeah, it avoids branching, right? But that's an optimization where there's like no benefit for it. There is some benefit for it, but it's like so minimal that it's like so ridiculously not worth it. What we should do is if shader is 1. We can make an enum for this, it's completely fine. But for right now, I'm just going to say that we get utime here. And we don't have utime, but we need to get it. These should be at the top. Okay. So we'll just have a simple if statement for now. Because the whole function pointer thing, so much more work than it's actually worth right now. It avoids one branch, and we're already sorting. So there's one branch every frame. So there's literally no cost for doing this. It's just to make things more pretty, and right now it's fine if they're not pretty. Alright, I have no clue if this is gonna work, but never done this before. Bind dynamic shader. Oh yeah, the probe bake has to be done on every shader change now. And all of these have to be done on every shader change. Yeah, pain in the ass. Pain in the ass. Yeah, just move this in there. If we change shader, we need to bind the shader again. Yeah, let's just leave these. It's complicated, the logic I need to do for us to not have to do these, so we'll just postpone doing that. Okay, well we just tore fucking everything up, so I have no clue if this is going to work. Okay, init.c. Okay. Shader compile error. Requires version 130 or later. Okay, so we fucked that up. We fucked this up somehow. Oh, I didn't call compile uber frag shader. Okay. Invalid token inversion line. Inversion line. Inversion line. Valid token invalid atom inversion line. Do I not put a new line character in it? Valid token inversion line. And I did try to get rid of this. Yeah. Invalid token inversion line. I did everything like Jarvis said in terms of the define. Let's try this. Let's see if I do this. Does it just work? Invalid token inversion line. Maybe I have to have this. Invalid token inversion line. Let me look this up, I guess. Oh my god, am I fucking dumb? Why do I have this backwards? The fuck is wrong with me? Assignment to varying UV. Okay, well that one I can deal with. Fuck you, man. Okay. Undefined variable UV. Oh. Is it moving? I don't think so. No, it's not working. Let's see where we're going wrong. Surprised we are like rendering everything though. I thought that I would fuck everything up by doing this. I'm assuming that we're only getting shader -1. Shader -1. Oh, because that was before. Oh, whoops. So I'm just gonna guess that it's 0. Yeah, it's just 0. So shader UV animation is what I put it at. Dynamic shader.name. Right, I matched it on this name string. I did call it UV animation. So I did call it UV animation. Let's just see if we're getting in and if we find the match. I've got to get rid of whatever this is. I don't know where this shit is. But it looks like we don't actually parse it. It's a materials extra shader. Huh. Oh my god, I'm so fucking dumb. It's extras. Oops. Bad typo there, but we got it fast, so it's fine. There we go. Okay, that's more like it. That's more fucking like it. That's exactly what we want to see. Okay. Nice. And the shader is... we have 2 draw calls from the shaders. We have 1 extra, so we have to figure that out. I think what we're gonna do is just put this at the top. So do 0, 8 for it, so that we have just one draw call. There's one switch. Obviously, that was just for testing purposes. Really, it should be something like really small. And probably plus, not times. Yeah, doing times is not what you want to do. There still is 0, 1, 0, which is weird. Maybe it's the other way around, and alpha is first. Huh. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Jarvis said to basically just do cosine for one of them, which makes sense. And then just like do one for x and one for y. I don't really know if I like this though. I should probably actually grab the ones from my old engine, because I already have this shit done. I already have like these things kind of. That's kind of cool. Now the problem with shit like this is that the rest of the texture isn't mapped, so it just ends up not okay, yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't so if it wasn't so if it wasn't so all together, then it would be cool. But it's like Yeah, if the whole texture was filled in, then that would be cool. I wonder if there's probably like just a way to do this in Blender, where you just set the rest of it to bake to it. There probably is a way to do that. Yeah, I mean, doing just the UVs isn't really gonna do it. It was cool, like proof of concept though, in terms of like testing if we could do something like that. Yeah, my fan is going crazy. So sorry about that. It probably isn't liking the printing out stuff. I should also... Yeah, switching shaders is probably expensive. So I think trying to sort probably differently might be worthwhile. Like if we instead do this over here at 32, then this becomes 24, and then this becomes 8. Yeah, this becomes no, yeah, this becomes 8 UL, and this becomes 0. Then we can see if our shaders have just one. Yes, exactly. Now it only binds a new shader once, which is exactly what we want. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see if Jarvis has a way to fill in the blank space in Blender. This is something that Jarvis probably sees. Okay, so render properties tab. Go to cycles. Bake margin settings. Okay, so let's give this a shot. Let's go to bake margin settings. Type to extend 32 pixels. Alright, let's try baking this again then. Do I ever sleep? Well, yes, but then I wake up late and then I don't sleep early. So that's my problem. My problem is that I have the insanity disease, and so I wake up and then I stay up for just 2 extra hours every day, and so my sleep schedule just becomes more and more fucked up until eventually it just wraps around, and then we end up happy because now we can like wake up with the birds and stuff. At the moment, it's called being young. I'm not young anymore is the problem. Young and ADHD. Well, I do have ADHD, but I'm kind of not I shouldn't be allowed to do what I do anymore. You know. Oh yeah, the baking textures in Blender basically hijacks my entire computer because it's so bad until it finishes. So we pretty much have to just wait, which is a lot of fun. I look very, very young. Thank you. Maybe I am young. I don't know. I feel like I'm old because, you know, the only people that I'm surrounded with are like my sister and her, like, you know, her schoolwork and her friends or whatever. You know, she's about to graduate high school, and so to her I'm ancient. You know, to her I'm fucking ancient. So maybe it is true. See, it does just like kind of go in a circle. Also, that's not a big margin, really. Like, I added this margin so that we could fuck with the UVs, and it really didn't. Yeah, this is not really great. I think what we should be doing is we need to multiply this times time times like 12, so that it stretches with the time. Oh, that's pretty fucking sick. Whoa, that's fucking cool. That's fucking cool. Core div for this source project, open source project. To them, I'm this boomer, almost 31. That's actually super cool. Thank you. Yeah. That's you're not a boomer though. You know. But yeah, I feel like, I don't know, is it great? I mean, maybe I'm only surrounded by like young people that are developers, but like, I don't know. I feel like developers, at least to me, are just like super young, just because of the people on the internet. I never like come across people that are like, you know, above my age. So for me, I feel like the most ancient one. Like the people that like I visit me on this very stream are like all like, you know, teenagers. So you popped up on my feed. I had a question. Can you give one advice for someone who wants to learn programming? And what do you think about using LLMs? A lot of people ask me about the LLMs thing. I think LLMs are fine for you to talk to, you know, hey, I have this problem. What is the typical way that people deal with this problem? You know, that's fine. Just don't buy it and then like have it write code for you. because that's one, lame, and two, you're just going to be a bad programmer. So my one advice would probably be to code important things. Don't make like a fucking calculator app, you know? Just like code important things that need to be made for like society, you know? Don't make things that are like fucking boring, you know? Because that's what everybody wants you to fucking make, you know? Yeah, this is pretty sick. I do like it quite a bit. Whoa. That's rad. That is so rad. Yeah, turning it up just makes it into more effects. So I feel like keeping it really low makes it interesting. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, now it's just like jittering. Oh, that's sick. That's exactly what we want. We want it like really subtle. Oh yeah, that's fucking rad. That is so rad. Oh yeah, that's trippy. I wish I could have this texture at 4K. I think it would look so rad. But unfortunately, my poor computer cannot handle it at 2K, let alone 4. This is cool. Now we just have to fuck with the color. I really want to fuck with the color badly. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. I don't know if it's coming across really well over the stream. Okay. So this if def here, we're gonna have another one after we get the albedo. And probably after we get the normals too. We can fuck with the normals too. Okay, so how are we gonna animate the normals? How do we want to do that? There's something similar to what we have before. Like low amplitude. That is fucking trippy. The thing is, we don't have a normal map on this, so it doesn't really have anything to go off of. Oh shit. Epilepsy warning, I suppose? Whoa. That's so fucking cool. That is so fucking cool. That's so cool. What is this? That's the light actually on the wall. That's the light on the wall. That's like one of the coolest effects I've ever made. Wow. That's fucking crazy. That is fucking crazy. This is so trippy. Oh, bro. I need to have a normal map on the wall so that this does something. I need to make a normal map for the wall. Because I don't even think it has a normal map added to it. No, it doesn't. wait, I didn't even add the new texture to it, I think. This is like exactly what acid is like, by the way. if if anyone in here has been on acid before, this is like exactly what it's like. With all the spirals. Oh, I was supposed to do plus. Oops. I'm sure that it doesn't really come across on the stream, but it's just so rad, man. How's this xy times u time working? Oh, I guess, yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, I feel like with such a high frequency, then you start. Dude, shaders are so fucking cool. Like, shaders are so fucking cool. Like, the fact that you can actually just, like, make this is, like, the coolest thing ever. The albedo stuff doesn't seem to really be. Oh, there we go, yeah. Fucking Christ. Dude, this is exactly what graphics programming is all about. This is what graphics programming is about. Like 100%. This is why you get into graphics programming. It's just for the shit like this. It's all spirals. I'm sure that you can't, and maybe you can see it, but it's probably hard to see. It's just so fucking rad. This is exactly what acid is like. Like, I would know. I would know. God, it's really tripping me out. So cool. So fucking cool. Yeah, the reason why the rings happen is because it breaks through from 1. It's like one of the coolest like effects I've ever made in graphics programming. Like, definitely. Like, I never make anything this cool. That looks unreal. Yeah, it's crazy, right? You can't really probably see it at 720p. But it's so fucking trippy. Like, everything is a spiral. Like, everything is a spiral. Maybe up close, you can see it on the... Everything is a spiral. Dude, this would look so good at 1080p, but I don't think that I'm able to render that. Yeah, the lights. The reason why the lights are happening is because the normals are interpolating, and I don't have a clamp on it. Now if I clamp it, oh. Oh. Now with the clamp. Now with the clamp. This is exactly what acid is like, because like from far away, everything just looks like there's something going on with it. And then up close, you realize that everything is a spiral. Everything is like some fractal pattern, you know, that like once up close, you can see all of the shit going on with it, you know. It's like the same thing. I could play around with this literally all day. Wow. Well, that's what happens when you do that. Wow. I have a HPPD, so I'm not even sure if what I'm seeing is like actually there, right? But like for me, it's all like moving, like actually moving, which I think is exactly what I wanted to make. It's weird because no matter how low the frequency, it still seems to really fuck things up on the albedo. What does the S stand for? Surface? I don't know. Specular? Probably specular. But I don't think anybody uses specular really. What if I take in position? What if I modulate based on position? That's a good idea. Holy fucking shit. What? Whoa. Oh, it's a specular map? That's a weird thing, way to say it. As a seasoned OpenGL dev, I assume. What's a specular map? Honestly, I've never used it. I would rather just use an emissive map, but or a metallic or a roughness map. it's probably just something that gives something like this. But if you're using a metallic and a roughness map, then I feel like you're probably covering all your bases already with the specular. Like, this is my specular reflections, right? So I don't really know if it's necessary. Maybe if you're like doing something very specific, then maybe. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that it is specular the one that's supposed to make things like 3D? No, that's a normal. That's a normal map. Specular is just what you're looking at right here, which is just you know, like Fong and Blend Fong. That's the specular component. It's just the shiny, like, you know, the shiny reflection sort of thing. I kind of want to sample this texture nearest or something. Yeah, let's do it. Let's sample it as nearest. Instead of linear, go closest. Closest is closest, or is it cubic? What does closest export as? Or even building diff. I have to reopen it. bar6.gltf. Diff. It doesn't tell me how to load it in. If I do it should give me a thing, but it doesn't give me a thing. Huh. Maybe it's just not where it is. Oh, there it is, yeah. There, it's nearest. Yeah, I don't like it as much. Whoa. Whoa, that was sick. Holy shit. It looks like it's breathing. Okay, never mind. This is really cool. That's really fucking cool. That's what I was wondering. That's why I wanted to see it as nearest. That's awesome that you're working on something that's like SDB image for 3D formats. That's pretty insane. That sounds really cool. Are the maps always overlaid over the 3 RGB channels? Like one channel per component? For ARM, we have an ARM texture, and that's ambient occlusion, roughness, and metallic on one texture, right? A normal map has an RGB, which is X, Y, and Z, and a diffuse is just RGB. So that's how it maps out, I guess. I kind of want it to be like this always, that sort of glowy sort of thing. The I don't know how to code that though. I have to figure it out. It has to be the UVs. It's like the angle between the camera and the... I can probably do something to counter correct that by doing this. We want to get the view dir. And do we want to get the... I think we want this. I think we want to get this before we... So CT with this normal. Oh, but now we need to use the UVs to get that normal. Oh, then this is... But nothing worth putting on in the world. FBX. I've never even used FBX as a format. That's gonna be incredibly hard to do that. Alright, peace out, pick. That's gonna be incredibly difficult. We could probably just use the original normal, since what we're doing is just kind of analytical. So how are we gonna... We have cosine theta. How are we going to correct it? Well, I think that we just try and multiply it and then see like what it does. I think multiplied by cosine theta. Okay, so it got rid of it. Kind of. There's less of it. Okay, so we want to do the opposite of that, I think. So we could try 1 minus cosine theta. Okay, that pretty much got rid of it completely. So, okay, so we can't do either of those. So I think in this case, maybe it's probably something that we have to do in here. No. I already have Blender Hood GPL. Yeah. What file formats have you done so far then? And what I guess is the contention, I guess, in translating between them? Or are you just doing just one at a time sort of thing? it just makes everything super tiny, which kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense, yeah, why that would happen. Oh yeah, now we're just adding more noise. Maybe this idea is just not a good idea at all. Yeah, maybe this is an awful idea completely. Maybe something really tiny to... There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm not crazy. There was a method to the madness there. I just wanted something that would be somewhat easy to load any file format. That is very smart. Does something like this exist for like individual file formats already, or is it something that yeah, now it's quantized with the center of the camera, which I don't really like. Yeah. When something is head on, then it goes like this, which is annoying. So I think that my attempt was probably stupid, but whatever. What can you do? What can you do? Yeah, I could play with this forever. I probably shouldn't, though. I should probably move on so that we can implement some other things. You get this file and it gives you binary data. That's a good thing, because honestly, the whole file format thing is like, I basically can only support one, because supporting more than one is extremely painful. So yeah, I think, my friend uses async, so I just wrote my own parser for GLTF, but something like what you're making would probably be pretty awesome. Yeah, I think that there is for specific formats some solutions, but nothing that just gives you it in one format. I'd assume that it's a pretty difficult, tall order to do something like that, especially because there's a lot of funny formats out there, like not been impressed. Yeah, and I think GLTF is bad, but there are some probably really now, after working with GLTF for a long time now, I can say that it's okay. I think it's a bit convoluted, sure, but it's a good format just if you aren't parsing it yourself. Like the fact that you have to straight up parse a JSON to parse the binary to get the accessors to parse, like it's kind of, I don't know, it's a bit a bit silly, but something for web apps. It's just we can see hack JSON stuff that I'm sure exists in JavaScript. Yeah. I mean, having to parse the whole thing in JSON and then having to parse the binary is just always been an interesting choice for me, but I'm sure that there's a method to it. You know, I wouldn't know because I've never, made a format, but I'm sure that there is a reason for it, so I'm sure that there is a reason. Yeah, anyway, this was really fun. Just doing this. What I was gonna do was I was gonna animate the light color as well. I should make the UI for animating stuff. That's also a pain in the ass, but I should do it eventually. We just want binary data. Exactly. If it was just one format that you could just, just like all of the nodes are here, all of the materials are there, and it's all in one place. But in GLTF, they literally want you to like jump around. Like the materials link to these image URIs, but that's separate from the format stuff, and it's like a whole web of indices into like, I don't know, maybe there's a reason for it, but it's always been pretty convoluted for me. Yeah, so this is kind of how I had my animations, is that we have keyframes, not for like our skeletal animations, but like just animating the lights. So we just have keyframes. So I think, I was gonna make a UI for this, but that's like kind of complicated. What I could do is just like hard code it for now and just be happy. So I think that's what I'm gonna do, at least for right now. I don't think that I coded the vec3 target actually, so I have to remember to do that. It's just the formats you find in major 3D apps. Yeah, I gotta pay rent. Yeah. Well, that sounds like a good project. It sounds like a good plan. I mean, that at least seems pretty useful in the scheme of the world. So good. That's a good project for sure. Very good. Let's just do something really simple. This is going to be a vec3, so we tag the union, and I'm just gonna go from red to blue just to prove that it works before we actually write the animation thing. The duration is 2, and the keyframe count is 2. Okay, and now I have to go to the animation stuff and write the target vec3 thing. Oh, I don't have a lerp for vec3s. Oh, I do probably somewhere. I definitely do. Okay, we'll just write it really quick. I will take great pleasure in reading it. I hope that you have a good day at work. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna add and then sub and then scale. Wait, yeah. Vec3 lerp. Okay. Alright, let's see if this works. Yep, works. That's so fucking cool though. Holy shit. Dude, I could fucking stare at this forever. That is so fucking cool. That is just so fucking rad. What did we have it at before? We had it like 10. Yeah, when you go to like really high frequencies with this, like swish. Thank you. I'm glad that you made some progress. Yeah, it does really turn it into mush. Because the frequency on the UVs gets so high that you end up having moire patterns. And so the moire patterns are basically what you start seeing if you look closely. But then if you have it low, then the patterns become a lot more prevalent. Like this. Yeah, I do like it you know, ridiculous, to be honest, because this is kind of like what acid is like. Or go for lunch, yeah. Yeah. I wonder if I should be using the UV. Like something like that. I just want to do one channel at a time. I should probably do this without the light animation, to be honest. Because it is pretty hard to see the colors changing. You know what? You could probably do both at once. You could probably do this and then go uv.x. Oh shit. Oh shit. What did I do? What did I do? Is it just both of them additively? No. I did something weird. Okay. Okay, I may have fucked something up really bad. It's like everything is a spiral. Every pixel is a spiral. If I could go turn up the light, things wouldn't be so confused. Okay. No. Fuck. Why does it look different now? Why is it different now? Why does it look different now? What we really need to do is modulate these numbers. Over time. I don't know how we're going to do it, but that's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. I don't know how to do it though. Anyway. Yeah, I need to attach an animator to these individual parameters so that we can change them. Alright, yeah. Now we should work on the normal. The normal stuff is kind of hard because it's hard to really tell under this light. What I should really do is get rid of the animation for both of these animations, and then just make the light lower so that we can see it on the wall. And then we can try interpolating it. It looks different every time I launch it. I wonder if that's literally just because I changed the lighting or what. It does seem a bit different every time I launch it. I wonder if there's something not deterministic about it. About the U time. Alright, fuck it, I'm turning it back to 10 because it looks better at 10. GL lines. GL lines is pretty awesome, yeah. I think I use GL line loop a little bit more, depending on what I'm doing. Fuck, my keyboard sucks. Yeah. My keyboard is breaking. Yeah, maybe the UV times albedo thing doesn't work. Maybe it just doesn't work in general. It just doesn't. I wonder if I should sample it without the warped UVs and then calculate it off of that. I wonder if that's the key. Probably not, to be honest. Yeah, probably not. Just get rid of it. Alright, I was gonna try to do the normals, but the normals are weird because I don't have a normal map on this. I should probably do a normal map for it, but we should really do what we do for what we did for albedo here. And now we start to get lines. Should really disable the other effects while we work on the normals. Just the normals, and then you see the lines. So those are the lines. And now we make the lines fast. Holy fucking shit. Whoa. 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 Oh, it's so funny, just like the small corners pick up a lot of signal. We tried. Right, because the normal is nothing since it has a no normal map. Okay, we have to make a normal map for this. That's what I just decided. We have to make a normal map for it. Okay, so let's figure out how to do that. Let us just straight up fucking connect it to the normal thing. Let's go texture. Let's go color, displacement normal map, and then just connect it to displacement. Yeah, this is exactly what we're looking for. Okay. Now let's bake it to a texture. Let's make a new texture. Let's call it building normal. And it's 2048, which is not great, but let's make it non-color, and let's bake normal. And bake. Dude, with the normal map, it's gonna look so fucking sick. I'm having so much fun playing with this shit. Oh my god. This is exactly what I want my game to look like. Just like fucking fully fucked up. And just crazy. If I tiled this texture correctly, I could probably make it a 512 thing and just tile it. Just any way to get this scene cheaper would be great. I think a 2048 texture, a 2K texture is way too expensive in general. Yeah, this looks so fucking sick. Have to let it linger. I thought the world of you. Thought that nothing could go wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Okay, we saved it. Export. Oh, I didn't fucking hook it up. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, that's fucking trippy. Holy fucking shit, that's fucking trippy. I don't want this as cubic anymore. I want it linear. Whoa. Okay. Okay. We probably just don't have to do this. I wonder what it would look like if we didn't have the Sobel shit on. So I just want to try it without the Sobel on it. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of dots. Sparkly dots. But those dots are going to change color with the light. It seems like this doesn't want to work. At low values it doesn't really do anything, and then at high values it doesn't really, it just becomes dots. So I think this one seems like a bust. I don't think so. maybe instead of adding we could multiply. I mean, that seems crazy, but like what if? I don't know. I don't see any movement. Maybe not. Maybe this just isn't the way. Let me look up if somebody's done something similar. It's got a loop of octaves that it's doing. It subtracts U time for one. But something that I see it doing is that it does this. Which might be interesting. That biases it. That does bias it. So not that. I saw it also did this for one of them. It also does this separately without U time in it. So that's obviously something that you could do. It does octaves. It does it in a loop. Maybe I should copy that pattern, that looping octave pattern. I'm gonna copy the octave pattern just to play around with it. I believe that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Then they actually do, don't do this, but I think that that's probably wrong. Yeah, this is like domain warping, right? Hmm. It doesn't really, I don't know. It doesn't really get me going, to be honest. But then again, I'm not really doing. Ah, there we go. That's kind of cool. Yeah, that's kind of fucking sick, to be honest. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's what we wanted. Yeah, the domain warping is quite awesome. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's see what the other effects. The problem is I can't even have this enabled because of the history buffer. I mean, we could like really lower it down to like something ridiculously low. Yeah, the UV tripping out thing is probably my favorite part of it. But let me just try and... Maybe I should domain warp the whole fucking thing. Maybe that's what I should be doing. So maybe that should be my goal. Yeah, maybe I should domain warp the whole thing. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, you have to multiply this times... And then we basically just have like what we had before, but cooler. Maybe if I do this with the color, it would be better. I think possibly that's what I should try, because the color we're also having trouble with. So I'm just gonna try it there, because why not? Oh shit, that's cool. That is pretty cool. Okay, yeah, that's pretty sick. That is pretty sick. Okay, that's an epilepsy warning. All right. All right, I think I've played with it for enough time now. Yeah, the color modulation is cool when it's fast and stroby. But it's only cool because that's the modulation that you can't do with lights. So if you just like modulate it like a ton, then it's like, why don't you just have the light that's modulated, you know what I mean? So see, why is it different now? Is it U time? Or is it because of the light? It's particularly the UV stuff that doesn't look great. Why is it not deterministic? Alright, I'm asking Jarvis about the U-time thing to see if it's my SDL get ticks being weird or something. It says to fmod it. I kind of wonder if maybe the only reason this is working is because this is just a massive number, though. Yeah, exactly. It just needs to be a massive number, I think. Or maybe not. Yeah, like that is definitely different than this. Yeah. It says to fmod it with 2 pi, but I need a big number for this to work. So if I fmod it with 2 pi, then that's not gonna work. Like, that's just not gonna work. It wants, the fucking stupid Google Jarvis wants me to do that. Which, like, obviously isn't going to work. So fuck you, Google Jarvis. You're fucking stupid and you suck. Yeah, you fucking suck. Oh, it says to convert it to seconds, but I don't want to convert it to seconds. Let me actually see this. Yeah, it says to do, but then I have to turn everything into. But then I have to turn everything into fucking seconds, bro. Then I have to change everything. Now nothing works. Nothing that we just made works. Because it was all made with U time in seconds. So this is really like 1000. And then this is like probably this. Oh my god, it's fucking terrible. Alright, there we go. Something like 50,000. Yeah, you could play around here for forever, you know, with this shit, but it had less direction before. So I'm wondering what that is about. Seems biased in a certain direction. When it wasn't before. Maybe the numbers just aren't big enough yet. Yeah, you can see when it wraps around. Yeah, that's what it is. You can see when it wraps around. When it hits 0 again. Yeah. You could clamp it. You could clamp it. fuck? Oh, now it just, of course it's just gonna stop at 1. What we could do is we just do utime plus 5. Oh, but now it's just gonna make it. Yeah, that doesn't seem that bad. But now, I mean, everything else obviously is not working either. Yeah, I don't like it. I really don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, it says that there's no visual difference between if you fmod with 28318, but obviously there is. Maybe we should not be using still get ticks though. Maybe that's the problem. Let me see if this DT is fixed, because it used to be fucked. This DT used to be fucked, so I should check if it's multiple definition of time. Yeah. Fuck you, man. What is the DT? No, it's in milliseconds now. Yeah. Let's see what Jarvis does. I mean, I think like it's fundamentally like when it loops around to 0, it just is fundamentally like that flash. So I mean, I don't know what the solution is. Let's see what it says. I don't know. I think that that's stupid. Yeah, I think that Jarvis is just being stupid. Classic Jarvis being stupid. Here's what Jarvis is saying. It says that you should do, you should fmod of it with 1. We can try this, but it's stupid. Fmod of it with 1, and then inside of here, then basically do just do this. Also, you know what else it's saying? It's saying that our cool psychedelic patterns that we've been working on are just corrupted because we've been just feeding massive values to it. But yeah, that's the wraparound from 0. You see that? That is the wraparound. I'm not gonna lie, I think my method of just corrupting the values is probably cooler than what it's telling me to do. Dude, my keyboard is actually going. You see that? I think it's my V key. Yeah, Jarvis is dumb. What's new? Yeah, the normals just aren't going anymore. And the color is just flashing now. I don't know, I've hot-loaded shaders, I'm just stupid. See, it doesn't really loop. Like it should. It doesn't really loop properly. Let's try the exact number that it does. 28318530718. No, yeah, it's not really looping. Just like simplify it. God, my keyboard. No, yeah. That's what it said to do, right? That's what Jarvis said to do. Yeah, this is exactly what it said to do. Except it does say that what you can do is instead have a separate thing here. Have a separate thing. So this is just and then you just loop this, or you can just loop it over there. Does this change anything? Does that change anything? I don't know. It might. No. God fucking damn it, dude. I was having so much fun doing this, but now I'm not really having any fun doing it. Like, no matter if you multiply this by something, it's always gonna wrap around weird. See? I was having so much fun working on this, and then I decided to I decided to try something else, and now I'm not having fun anymore, and it's kind of pissing me off. Yeah, like you see that fucking hard, maybe add, only add. I mean, I know what the issue is. I just don't know what the solution is. Like, the phase issue is because this can be, if I do this, does it work? No. No, it doesn't work. Is it because of this clamp, maybe? I mean, I don't think so. No, yeah. There's just this loop. There's just this loop. No. 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 Oh, wait a second. No, it can't be that. It can't be that, it can't be that. Unless DT is incorrect. Let me try going back to SDL get ticks. How do I get the room to look like that? A lot of shader shit that I've been doing today. You can watch the stream back to see how I've been doing all of it. I did a bunch of like Blender stuff, and then I did a lot of shader stuff. But now I'm God, why is this so fucking... See, I'm trying to get the animations to loop properly. Let me look this up. Let me look this up. It's just giving me a bunch of bullshit today. The fucking Google Jarvis. It's like, bro, this is not. Yeah, I don't know why it's not looping. It says that it should loop, basically. But it's not looping anymore. Try all sign, I guess. Something that I haven't tried. Yo, Mr. Dustmite, what's good? Hey, what's up? Just working on some shader stuff. See, like, this doesn't fucking loop. Like, this just doesn't loop. Oh, okay. Okay, this is working. Oh, okay. This is working. Okay, but how do I make this? Can I make GTA 6? I cannot. Okay, so this works, but this is not going to work. This will not work. Because it's not exactly multiples of pi. There we go, this works. I don't know why I keep recompiling it. That's kind of stupid of me. Okay, so I have to move everything to be... So we want to use F time here because we're intentionally distorting shit here. So this is fine. We just want the usable time to do this. And then let's see. Why am I so good at this? I'm not good at this. I literally just spent like quite a while just not being able to understand what's going on. So maybe I am good at this, but then everybody else is pretty bad at this then in that case. That's how I'd describe it. Okay, and now to make this loop, what we have to do is just do this. And now it's all looping. Okay, cool. Do you make a custom allocator for a large project, or just keeps the standard lib malloc free functions? Well, I mean, everything under the hood uses malloc free. Like, no matter if you have a custom allocator, like at the deepest level, you're gonna still malloc things. You're gonna malloc the arena, aren't you? You know? So, I use arenas, I use vectors, I use, you know, whatever makes sense. I don't use arenas for the entire thing. I don't use vectors for the entire thing. I don't use malloc and free for the entire thing, you know? There's no need for everything to be an arena. I hear everyone talk about how they make everything an arena now. It's just like, not everything needs to be an arena. You know, not, it's also not everything needs to be a malloc free thing. Also, not everything obviously needs to be a vector. That one's pretty simple, right? But, you know, I think all of the tools have their place. You know, don't feel the need to just do one thing. Sunset Beats on radio FBI? The FBI? Does the FBI have to do with music? Oh no. I'm just joking. Okay. Let us turn the lights back on, and I'm about ready to get some sparkling water. I'm about ready to get some sparkling water. I kind of want to texture the rest of the room. I also don't know the performance decrease because I have Blender open, so my GPU is naturally pretty pissed off at me just because I have Blender open, but made neural network with C with different layers. What about those customs? Like, I use everything with malloc and free. Yeah, there's a lot of better ways of doing things with arenas. But the thing with arenas, of course, is that, you know, well, I mean, they can get pretty complicated if you have an arena of things that have inside of them allocated things. Like, if you want to just have an arena with, you know, structs that are just always going to be the same size, then yeah, go arena. That's like 10 lines of code. But if you want to have an arena with inside of an arena, basically, then things start to get complicated, you know, and memory can get fragmented and things can get pretty nasty. So it depends on what is going on, you know. But that's not to say that arenas are bad. I'm just kind of like saying why sometimes I don't use arenas for things, even though, you know, arena is like the hot word. And, you know, everybody's like, I made an arena allocator. What do you know about arena? Like, the amount of times I hear fucking about arenas when it's like, you know, it's, I don't know. Arenas are pretty cool though, you know, but I don't know. I'm just kind of going with the vibe, making this. I don't really know what I'm going for. We're just gonna go through all these different colors because I like colors. This is my animation system. I kind of want to bake this. But I mean, how do you bake something like this? Oh my god, this is taking fucking forever. Because my GPU is mad at me. Yeah, you kind of can't bake a room like this. You could probably bake it just in white light, just to do the AO and stuff like that. But actually baking light, I mean, really, how are you gonna bake this? Is this Unity? No, this is my engine. I'm going to get some sparkling water and a granola bar, and then I'll be back. I just want to finish this bake first. And then I kind of want to... Yeah, this is fucking crazy. The problem is that the reflection probes, like, how do you do an R probe in a room like this now? Like, you simply can't do an R probe. It just doesn't work. See, because the reflection is static. So the floor just kind of stays one color now. So the probe that just doesn't really do anything here, which sucks. But I can't do ray trace reflections on this computer, so that's what it has to be. Or just don't have reflective surfaces like the floor in a space like this. Just like choose not to do that. It's a pretty valid. I kind of want to fuck everything up, like the walls. Like, I kind of want to fuck like all of the furniture too. How big is the file for this? For what? My engine or the scene? The scene is two 2K textures, probably three 1K textures, and that's it. Because stuff like the physics doesn't have a size. Oh, and the skybox, but the skybox isn't really, you know. Do you know how big the file is for this? Yeah, that's what I just answered. Two 2K textures, a few 1K textures, and a skybox. So, you can do the math on that. I'm going to get something to drink, so be back in a sec. So, apparently these have no sugar but aren't good for you. They have gum arabic, malic acid, ester of wood rosin. But dude, they're pretty fucking good, bro. Dude, this sparkling water. I'm on a sparkling water kick right now, bro. It's like zero sugar, so you can have it in the middle of the night. But it's so fucking good. Dude. It's like, why ever drink soda, ever, when you can just have sparkling water? Why ever drink beer when you just have sparkling water? I've needed this for so long. Dude, this is how you quit your alcohol addiction. And that's how you quit your alcohol addiction. Apparently it's not great for me, but it's not like as bad as like Coke Zero. You know what I mean? Like, it's not Coke Zero. But I don't like sugar because it fucks up my sleep real bad. Yeah, it kind of does suck the reflection. Yeah, not much you can do. Not much you can do about that. What we could do is fuck up the floor as well. I kind of want to see what it's like with the windows. Let's put the windows back in. Oh, let's put the windows back in, bro. Let's see what it's like with the windows. The windows just make us bake slow. That's all. Do the windows go crazy? Oh no, they don't. Some of them don't have the material. They don't have the material, I think. Fuck. God fucking damn it. Alright, let's change that real quick. Or do they have the material? It looks like they do. But why? Oh, they weren't UV unwrapped with the building. Oh, you're so right. Okay. Okay, so let's just select all the windows. And then we have to UV unwrap everything together. How do I do that with... And then select the building. Building, select. Okay, perfect. And then just UV unwrap this shit. UV, smart UV project. There we go. Just do that. Call it a day. The windows still didn't get UV unwrapped. I'm crying. See, okay. Maybe we just do it on each window at a time. Oh wait, no, it's still... The UVs are still fucked on it. Oh god, it might just be fucking cooked. We might not be able to actually just do it, like this. It might be fucking cooked. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, we don't want it. We don't want this. I don't want to do this right now. I do not want to have to do this. Bro, what the fuck is this, bro? What the fuck is this? Why would you do this? Why would you do it like that? Are you fucking stupid? Okay. We're just gonna rebake it. We're just gonna rebake it. Yo, what's up, Nox? PlayStation Pin? You should check out the processor architecture for the PS Vita. I made a PS1 game on this channel a long time ago. It was pretty fun. I actually hooked up my PS2 with a memory card now, and so I've been playing through Drakengard myself, and that's been pretty fun. Fucking Drakengard is the shit, and anybody who says otherwise is fucking stupid. That's what I think. Alright, we need to rebake this shit. Alright, select the building material, and we're gonna bake it again. Alright, this is gonna take a while. And go. Yeah, whenever I have time, I play. I hook it up. I have an HDMI thing, and I play Dragon Guard. That's cool. Dragon Guard is fucking hard. Dragon Guard is a hard game. Oh, there's a fucking gnat in here. Oh my god. I just saw it and now I can't unsee it. Oh, fucking Christ. Are those Windows assets you brought in? No. Those are at my Windows. It's just that they weren't baked with the texture. When I baked this texture, when I made this texture, I didn't UV unwrap them and bake them. So that's why we have to bake it again. What is Drakengard? It's Drakengard. It's Drakengard with a K. It's the precursor to Nier. It's Yoko Taro's first game, and it's quite good. It's really good, actually. Very underrated. It's a really dark game, but it's really, really cool. It's a very difficult game too. I kind of got my ass whooped the other day playing it. So, okay, so now the windows won't have darkness on them now. So as you can see, they're all. This is the wrong material because we didn't do this at the end. Do I like horror games? I don't really play horror games, but I've always wanted to make a horror game. I like horror films. I'm like a big horror film buff, actually. Yeah, see, this is... I have hatred in my heart right now. I have a lot of hatred in my heart that this didn't bake properly. I'm just gonna say fuck it for now because I don't want to get pissed off. I don't know. I don't know why that doesn't wanna. I don't know why this doesn't wanna. This doesn't wanna bake. Let's just look at it manually here. Like we can see it there. I just think that horror games try to be too scary instead of disturbing. That's like my main gripe with horror games. So where does this go? Yeah, motherfucker, you didn't bake it. Bro, are we fucking being for real? It's only baking the building and not the... Okay, let's try this. Let's try doing all of this, and then tab it, and then select building, and then just bake it. Just bake it with all that shit selected. Okay, it unselected it. It unselected it. Go to this, select all of the building, all of it, and then click bake. Fucking Christ. Thoughts on Slenderman? when I was young, like a young teen, Slenderman came out, and I played it like with my friend. The original, game. Um, I was there when it happened, right? When it was like a thing, the first thing. Um, and I really liked it at the time. Um, I don't like really what they did with it after that. I think that the original game just like had a lightning in the bottle thing, because it was before anybody else had done the formula of like having to collect things and um and being followed like that. Like there wasn't really a horror game like that before, in the same kind of way that like Amnesia did this thing with lighting and like resource management and like a survival horror thing. Things have been done like that in Penumbra before, but in the same way, I think Slenderman, the first 8 pages game, really, maybe it's not that deep, but I think it had a lasting effect on everything, and possibly in a bad way. Like, I think there were so many copies of that formula that came out after it that were fucking awful, and there still are, coming out to this day, right? But when I was a teenager, Slenderman was a huge thing because of the original, the vlog series. That's what I was a big fan of, was the vlog series, the Marble Hornets or whatever. That was so cool. That was like the coolest thing that's happened in like YouTube history. I think like one of like the top 10 like coolest things that happened in YouTube history. It was basically like a Blair Witch Project for my generation. Was the Marble Hornets thing, and really there's been no horror media that's come out that's like that, I think, since then. I think like early 2009 to 2012, 2013 YouTube was really something that like can't be really replicated, and so I think it was brilliant. I wonder what it's baking now, because I think it finished baking and then it started baking again. Which I mean, I don't really want to bake again. I'm not gonna lie. It seems like it did it. So I think it's baking the same thing again, which is kind of pissing me off. In PS3 era. Yeah. I didn't really play a lot of horror games on the PS3 because I was young. Just based on what I haven't played, I think probably Alice seems like really interesting. Why is it continually baking? Stop. Like, stop. Like, you've already baked it, right? So just stop baking. I don't know what else it's baking. I don't know what it's baking, but I'm just gonna export it. What's making the texture? Oh my god, it's so laggy because of Blender right now. Oh my god, I didn't hook this up to the thing. Yeah, whenever it gets stuck in a bake, like I hate Blender, and I hate people that like Blender because they just have good computers. Blender runs so shit on this computer that it's like unfucking usable. It's actually unusable. Like it's like this is like 1 FPS because Blender is doing something in the background. That's literally the only reason. It's like, what a fucking program. Like seriously? Like seriously. Like I see no reason that this should be a thing. I see no reason. Like why? Because it's fucking canceling. Like, dude, just fucking cancel it. Like this is like, people wonder why I hate Blender so much. It's like if you don't have a good computer, then it's like awful. And like, what is this? It's like, dude. I think you need to unwrap the whole thing. I think you need to unwrap the whole thing altogether. Yeah, like what the fuck is this? Like what the fuck is this bake? It just baked it fucking terribly. Is it compiled or interpreted? Well, I assume that it's compiled. Like, what are all the lines about? Like, what? Should I just put it on a different texture? Is that what I need to do? Because I've been back and forth with this. Where all of this, I have all of this selected, all of this UV unwrapped. I mean, maybe the UV unwrapping just can't be done. She's a beautiful computer. That sounds awesome. Pictures do look oddly large. Yeah, that is true. But right now I'm not going to sit here and tile it. I don't really know how to do that, and I have to like look up tutorials on how to do it. But I do just want to get it working for this. And is it 2048 by 2048 texture? Maybe I need to make it a different material with the same texture. PS2 style textures. Yeah, I've definitely done a lot of it. You can see my PS1 engine. That's kind of what this channel was made on. But right now I'm trying something different, like a kind of, I wouldn't say modern, but something that utilizes higher resolutions to make something weird. I'm willing to try the bake one more time. I'm willing to try it one more time. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, window 1. I don't know what the fuck that was about. It just said that it couldn't find a material for window 1004. But there is a material for all of it. Maybe I just needed to keep it baking, and I cut off the bake, and then that's when we ran into problems. But yeah, I would love to get a new computer. I have a check coming in the mail from this old job I had, and it's the last money I'm ever gonna probably get. So I hope I have enough to buy a computer. We can see what I can afford. 2048 by 2048 extra resolution and memory alignment thing. Yeah, you always want your textures to be in powers, right? So 1024, 512, 2048, 4096. Those are the ones, right? So that's 1K, 2K, 4K. That's what that is referring to. Okay, so we did fuck it up by canceling it. We did fuck it up because it's supposed to be, it's baking each one of them separately, each window. And so I cut it off prematurely, trying to be clever. Okay, it's done. Are we done? Okay. Oh, that looks lovely. Except for this. Except for this. You fucked this up pretty bad. Other than this, you did okay. You did okay. For automated texture unwrapping and baking, that's probably as good as it can get. So we shouldn't really worry too much about it. But yeah, this doesn't really have a texture in it, really. So I think that it just can't UV unwrap the whole thing. But yeah, I'll have to look up how to do that. Okay, well, I mean, naturally, everything else feels a little bit static now compared to the really crazy shit on there. So we can probably fuck with it a little bit. I'm kind of like considering, honestly, like moving the floor material to have the same shader, just to see it. And the shader will be UV animation, is what we called it. We probably have to name that something else now that we're going to be doing... Where's my PC loadout? I have a Surface Book 2, so I don't really have a PC loadout. don't like it. I kinda don't like it. Yeah, I've kind of been unhappy with the floor in general. I think I've just been kind of unhappy with the floor in general. I also think that the bar is shitty. Like, this should not be this material. And it shouldn't really be this shape either. We should actually go back to the drawing board on this with the bar. And go back to fucking with it, because I don't really like it as it is. Bro is cranking. Yeah. I don't know why we're so laggy right now. I mean, I know why we're so laggy. I have a shit computer, but also something that I know, right, is that a bar, obviously you need inside, you need a cutaway for your feet here. I don't know why I didn't make that when I coded this. When I made this, I just didn't. I didn't really consider that. And so now the question is, how do I bring it in? Let's see. That's not what we want. Yeah, that isn't really what we want either. I could take the whole thing and move it. I have a ROG alley. Really? Did you get it for cheap? If I obviously moved this, then that isn't really what we want, is it? We want to kind of make a loop cut on it and then bring it in. I think that's what we're gonna do. We'll just loop cut it and then bring it in. It's kind of annoying that it didn't loop cut all around. That kind of pisses me off. Yeah, that kind of pisses me off. We're gonna have to bring the other side in, is the problem. There's a fucking gnat. It's really annoying that these didn't line up. They're not aligned. I think that we could probably go and merge these though. Manually. I think that that's what we can do. Dude, this fucking gnat. Dude. Okay. So now we just need to grab everything. And just literally GY it forward. No, they do exist here. They do, and I hate it. I hate it a lot. How do I do this? Do I just go in X and then go in Y separately? And then we fix this shit? That looks fucking cursed. That looks fucking cursed. But technically this works. We just bring this face in and bring that face in. Let's try it. Can we get this, yeah. Dude, this fucking gnat, bro. I swear to God. Dude, like... So now we have a bit of leg room. For at a cost, the cost is this topology and shit. But luckily we can actually just grab all of this and just move it also inward. Oh. Right. Yeah, this is why I hate fucking 3D modeling, because then you have shit that happens like this where it's like, okay, but how do I fix it then? Yeah, I'm still streaming. I woke up at like very late today. Yeah, I think it's fine. Just fucking leave it. Just fucking leave it. There's a fucking gnat in this room and it's making me want to fucking really hurt someone. Oh my God. Okay, this is not, that is not how you do this. Wait, are these connected? Are this isn't connected. What the fuck is that? The fuck are we doing, bro? That shit wasn't connected this whole time. It's not connected on this side either. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Well, no wonder that wasn't working. Alright, peace out, Anna. Good luck with the... Oh, do you want to see something cool before you leave? This is what we did to the room. If you're still here. It's pretty trippy. Everything is a spiral if you look close enough. Does this thing have a live polygon counter? Yeah, if you go to statistics. This is cool. Thank you, Lexi. I appreciate that. Alright, I'm gonna try that and then moving it in X. And then fixing the rest. Yeah, let me just try to see it. Why does the resolution pattern look tripled like that? What do you mean in the scene? It's because we have a lot of UV interpolation going on and animation stuff. Okay. Okie dokie. Is this a part table? Yes, it is. I'm going to make a material for the top of it. I redid it with a lip, yeah, because people need leg room. I edited it. I didn't redo the whole thing. I want to make the top of it have a glossy sort of glass, right? And then this be the wood. So that's what we're gonna do now. Typically bars they do this downward, and then this is like the little wooden lip. Actual UV lighting. I do have a UV light map, but the resolution thing is, you can't really probably see it on the stream, but everything is a spiral because of how we're interpolating the UVs. So yeah, that's how that ends up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another loop cut here, and then this will rise up slightly. These faces will rise up slightly, and then we'll bevel that. Just very slightly, and then we'll bevel it. Just one, and then bevel the other side of the thing. So that's how a lot of these things are. Ad break, well, getting me closer to $100. And that will be the stuff with the wood, and then this will be the glass. Yeah, well, I'm glad the probes are working for you. I think probably we can get away with less beveling. Yeah, this is pretty much what it should look like. And then this is the glass for their stuff. Yeah. Okay, now how do we do that? That is the question. Yeah. I think the underedge too. Yeah, well I'm glad you had a good time. Okay, so let's add a new material. Yeah. Go enjoy your time. Okay. So alright, so let's go over here and let's start doing it. Can you change the background so that it's not this? Whatever. Let's not worry about that. Really, you just want it to have like 0 rough, high metallic. With a base color of like black. They usually have like this black kind of glass. Really, that can just be it automatically. Like, it doesn't really need to be anything crazy. Why is the... Why is it... Why? Why is building diff 003 black? God damn it. Did it fucking overwrite it? We spent all that time baking it and then it got rid of it? Are we serious? Like, why is that a thing? God fucking damn it. Well, that sucks. That really sucks. That really fucking sucks. Because now we have to bake it again. God, why did this happen? Why did this happen? Like, I don't know. I don't know why that happened. What fix am I working on right now? Well, it turned out that this deleted our baked texture. So we gotta go back and do it. But I went through and I made the top of the bar glass for this. But yeah. Oh my god. Dude, I fucking just realized what we just did. Okay. Yeah, after I add the black glass to the top of this, I mean, I kind of wanted to make this not wood, to be honest. What was it? This? I don't know what happened. It literally deleted the texture for the building. So, while it's baking, we can probably look at this again. I want to make this a not bad texture. I really don't like the polyhaven wood that we've got going on. The rest of it is crazy. That means this needs to be crazy as well. So I think that we should give it a shot now. So I think we should add a add a wave texture. What is this? What is this? Oh, I see. So it's sine, sawtooth. Interesting. Interesting. Bands, rings. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. You do spherical. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's sick. And you can add distortion like this. That looks sick. Have you ever seen... Yeah, LSD Dream Emulator is a huge thing for me. Yeah, for sure. Oh, this looks sick. It looks like coral. Very sick. Oh, that looks rad. Yeah, that looks just so fucking rad. I think the color probably needs to change, but I think that this is very cool. What is AI upscaling? Okay, I think it finished baking. So we have a color, but it is just white and brown. We need to probably mix it with something else so that it has a hue. We need to mix it with something else, I think. We can just set a straight factor. Yeah, really, I don't really, to scale and morph like that. It's just the noise stuff inside of Blender, that you can do stuff like this fairly easily. I think we need another noise texture. I think we just put FBM with it. Yeah, I think that you have to put it into something called like a color ramp before, so that maybe you should put this into a color ramp before you put it into here. And then you can change this to whatever color you want it to be. Like, I think that's pretty cool. Thank you, Mika. Thank you, I appreciate that. You are one of the people that is rooting for me, and there are not that many, and I appreciate you for that. I'm kind of not happy with any of this stuff that I'm doing right now. I think it looks kind of cool though. Do I have any experience with random generation? I guess so. I use a lot of random things. Oh, I think that this looks kind of badass. Hey, what's up, Coder Root? Better than your heart. Yeah. I guess so. For this material, we didn't really give it. I wanted like highly rough, zero metallic, because it's wood. So I think like 0.8-ish or something like that. I think we can try to bake a diffuse texture from this. It looks kind of badass. You change the color of the dark. I like white and red. I think white and red is a pretty badass combo. One of the coolest rooms you've ever seen in a video game, really. I appreciate that. I've just been kind of just fucking around, because fucking around is kind of fun on something random, you know. So let's just make a new texture. This one we're making 512 because my computer can't fucking take it anymore. I don't want to make it 512. I'm making it 1024. Yeah. Okay, so let's give this a shot. Let us go to the bar, select, and just go to bake, and bake it. Yeah. Like the big ones have stuff going on, but there's nothing there. Your stuff actually looks cool. Thank you. I worry that like when I create things, that it's just going to end up kind of looking like mush. Like my kind of vision is kind of really trippy, overwhelming shit. Like strobing colors and really nauseating stuff. But I'm not really sure, if there's really people out there that are gonna like it. So, I appreciate all the people that make me think that it might be a reality. You know what I mean? Okay, let's try to bake the normal image textures, and let us try and bake it. It doesn't look that great, the normals, not gonna lie. I think we may have to make it a little bit stronger. But be careful with the strength, I think. Yeah, alright. Let's do it. Romstein. I think so. Maybe incorrect, though. Okay. So let's see what this is gonna look like when we fucking export it? Oh, for the building, I don't think, for the building material, I don't think I... Oh. Dude. For the building, I don't think I... Yeah, I didn't hook up the... Bro, are you fucking serious? Why did this bake as black again? Why did that bake as black again? That makes no sense. God damn it. You're really gonna make me select all of this again, and then... Also, this keeps on... God, yeah, it's really gonna make me fucking go and do this all again. Go to the building, select everything, and then bake it again. Like, really? Okay, let's try it one more time. I don't know why it's not... Why I baked it as black again. That's really annoying. What did I do to make the wood grain look less sharp? Well, that wasn't on purpose. It just became less sharp because of the texture. It's always sharper when, you know, before you bake it to a texture. So it became less sharp once we baked it. Is it baking it as black again? It should show up here. Yeah, if it was me, then I wouldn't have it lose its sharpness, but, you know. The UV unwrapping in Blender just typically makes things stretched out rather than tile it, which is kind of bad because you could have a 512 by 512 texture but then like tile it, but they don't do that. You know, they don't do that. You have to do that manually. But yeah, I wish that you could do that. Okay, let's just let this bake in peace. Let's just let this bake in peace. I don't want to fuck with it. I do not want to fuck with it. Okay, it baked. Okay. Just leave it alone and don't touch anything. A ton of super high resolution textures is overrated. Yeah, you can do a lot more with less, but the thing is, like, with this it gets a bit blurry. So if it was me and I was like doing the scene for like my actual, like, you know, game, I would probably just like unwrap it myself so that you could have this higher res, but just, you know, just wrap differently. Okay, it baked. Export it so that we can see what it looks like in the engine. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? mean, I know what happened. This normal map is black. The normal map is black. Like, are you being fucking serious? When I baked this normal map, it turned the other one to black. Do you have to bake every normal map at the same time? Or what? Maybe you do. I don't know, because it overrided this one when I did the normal map for this, I'm pretty sure. So that's fucking really lame that I have to rebake this. Five Nights at Freddy's Arcade. Is that what it reminds you of? Let me look this up. Okay, so here's what happened. I probably had this selected and forgot that it was selected before. So that's what probably happened, and I just didn't notice. So we will rebake this and try not to be stupid anymore. Let's just make sure to go to everything else that we've ever done in my entire life and just unselect everything. Just go through everything, make sure that nothing is fucking selected, and now bake the normals. What happened was that the normal map got overwritten because I left it selected when I baked the other normal map. So that fucking sucks. So now we have to sit here and wait for the fucking this shit to bake again. This stuff looks so cool. Like this. But yeah, we have to wait for this to bake again because we left it selected. Let's just make sure that this material isn't selected. Yeah, it isn't selected. It's good. It looked cool in engine. The normal map doesn't really show up though. So I also want to go to the floor material and turn this off because I don't think that it looks good. I can't, why are the walls rainbow swirly like that? I can't see resolution pattern. What do you mean? This is how it is before it's baked. Once it's baked, then it turns into what it is. This is at, you know, the highest resolution. But when it's baked, it becomes flatter and lower resolution. That's just the wall color texture. That's the wall color, but also the normals. That's why it looks like it's coming off of the wall. Yeah. Takes forever to bake because it's a big texture. %. Are we done? Are we done yet? Are we set free yet? The baking was fun in the beginning. Now it's not. Now it's not as fun. Chia mining? Chia mining? No. Know about chia seeds. Okay, this is like taking forever. Holy shit, I hope we never have to fucking bake this again. I hope we never have to bake this again. This is so taking forever. Okay. 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 We're never doing that again. We're never doing that again. We are never doing that again. Okay. See, so now this is with the normal map. Instead, it's way lower res. Right. Yeah, I still think that the shader we did for the fucking walls is so crazy. I wonder what it would look like if we put the bar into the shader too. Let's just see what it looks like. Out of curiosity, just to see what it looks like. I want to add tables too. Kind of looks sick. It's kind of like crypto, so it's Bitcoin mining. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, my GPU suffers from doing this. We do this for too long. Yeah, I need tables for sure. Tables, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I totally forgot we took off this. Oh really, this isn't that bad anymore. Huh. Are the reflections applied globally or to each face? Really, there aren't actually reflections here. We don't actually have reflections baked at all. If we wanted to bake reflections, I could really quick, but these aren't reflections actually. None of this is reflected. Huh, interesting. There we go. Now we have it. Yeah, basically what you see here is this is just light having, you know, a specular, I guess it is a reflection on the wall, but it's not actually a reflection. I can show a reflection to you right now. We can make a reflection probe. We can make a reflection probe. I just pressed all of the wrong buttons at once. Make a reflection probe, and this is a little box, and we put a camera in the middle of the box, and that camera captures the reflection. And now if we go over to this is a reflection. Do you see the glass? So that's a reflection. But all of this is specular, is just color values imploding because of the normals. This is a reflection. NVIDIA's ray tracing really does suck if this is running on my laptop. Yeah. What I would do for a computer, I might be able to buy one. Anyway, obviously the reflections are baked, so the reflections don't actually reflect what's going on right now. So if I click bake, then it changes because it's just taking a snapshot of the room as it is right now. Right? So that's Yeah, we should make the tables, I think. Yeah, with some tables, it's gonna really come together. Looks like a metal texture. It is. It's metallic, technically, right? But it's, that's the reflection. Now, if I had a good computer, I could do real-time reflection, so that could actually, reflect the current state of things. But I don't have that, so unfortunately. Fortunately, our probes only can do baked, so. Okay. So, moving on. Okay, don't fucking do that. I just want to make sure that we don't have anything fucking touched. I just want to see that nothing is touched. I don't think anything is touched, right? Like, I don't have anything selected. Nothing is selected. Okay, good. Good. Okay, nothing is selected. Okay, so now we need to make a table. Let's add a cube. Should be compile those, or you're running the game twice, I guess. But it would be sick to look at the floor and then see the scene. I think that would be sick. But you know. I obviously like the compiled reflections because I put it in the engine, you know. One of my favorite things in my history in streaming is just sitting here and just playing with a fucking cube and yapping. That's historically been a really big thing for me. Okay, let's figure out how to do it. How do the tables look in my head? Are they circular? Are they wooden? Or are they square? I think circular is cool, right? I think circular is cool. Do we have room for a booth? There's booth room back there. That is booth. There's a booth waiting for that corner. There is a booth in that corner. Totally. Okay, let's fucking lock in. Let's do a table. If it's a table, then we should really start with a circle, huh? Should really start with a circle. 32 vertices. How do we think about 32? Is 16 enough? This is an important decision. Okay, fuck that. We're adding. Let's be real here. We're adding a cylinder. Now, how do we think about 16 vertices? Yeah. $24 might just be it. Yeah, let's do 24. Let's do 24. Okay. So how do we make a circle table? Huh? How do we make a circle table? Well, I think I'm of the opinion I never like making separate parts, but maybe in this case it should be a separate part. No, let's not do that. No, I just decided that that was a really stupid idea. Here's a smart idea. Select this, inset face. Yeah. Just inset it, please. We need you to inset it more than you're currently insetting it. Dude. Why? Like, why? Oh, the depth is kind of cool. Cylinder top and double crossing texture legs. Okay. Possibly. Is this good? Is this good or is this stupid? Dude, I just had a really sick idea. What if the table was just like this? Was just like this? Wouldn't that kind of be sick? Or no? Maybe that's not sick. Maybe that's really fucking lame. Actually, never mind. I take it back. I take it back. Just do it like this. This is cool. This is cool enough. Okay. Let's just think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Big decision. Big decision. Okay. I kind of am regretting the amount of vertices, but that's alright. This needs to be thinner. Technically save on RAM. Yeah, it's really about the amount of triangles we have to draw each frame, you know. But I wrote a fast engine, so we could draw a lot of triangles each frame. That's why I wrote it. So I think we're fine. But, you know. So I think, is that really too thin? I think it's too thin. Alright. I can't really decide on this, but make it a little bit wider. Yeah, that's perfect. That is perfect. Okay, how are we gonna do the feet? I think it's one of these with like 3 feet down here. You know, like the Minecraft style great grass textures? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we extrude down a little bit, and then we will go out from here. Now, we are going to basically need Okay, so 24. Let's do some math really quick. So I need to do 3. Oh god, how am I gonna select these faces? 24. So mathematically 2, 3. Oh fuck. Is it just every other 3? No, that's no, that would be 4. That would be 4. So it's every other 6. God, this fucking, I think it's this gnat, bro. It's like in here. Is it every other 6? I can't really do the math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it is 4, 5, 6. No, yeah, that's not it. That's actually not it. Never mind. Fuck. Okay. This is why you pay attention in school, because then you can do this shit. Holy shit, we did it. Holy shit, we did it. Holy shit, we did it. Okay, okay. It's every other 5. Okay. So, we need to not do that. We need to not do that. Wait, hold on. Extrude XS. Don't scale the Z. And there we have our feet. Is it sad that you can't do multiplication? No, I can't do multiplication either. But that's alright. That's alright. Yeah, so technically what the government wants you to believe is that you should put a mirror modifier on it and do that. We can try the mirror modifier actually. Maybe that's what we should be doing. See, that's what I was worried about. See, that's exactly what I was worried about. Okay, we're not gonna do that. You know what? How about this? How about this? Let's just do one leg first and then copy and paste it onto the other ones. How about that? I think that that's the only way to go forward. Because we can't do the detailing on all of them at once. So, unfortunately, goodbye mirror modifier. We are making the legs. Okay. So let's go from the top down. Bottom up. God fucking damn it. Okay, cool. Cool. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Coolest thing I've ever come across in my entire life. Very cool. Okay, now naturally you want to loop cut this, you want to bring this in here, and you want to bring these down. and then bring the middle one up. Just a vibe that I'm getting. I just had a vibe about that. We just bolt the table to the floor. That is true. That is true. But we like physics objects in this household. We like Crisis. Crisis was based. We need more games like Crisis in this household. And so that's what we're doing. God, that's fucking awful. Why did I think to do that? Don't do that. Don't do that. What the fuck? Okay, that's terrible. That's terrible. It just looks a little bit looks a little bit shit. How do you say? How do you say a little bit shit? This is like me when I'm making a human foot in Blender. It's like the same sort of shape. I kind of feel like you gotta do the loop cut. But like this, the topology on this loop cut is whatever this is giving you. When I played the Crisis port for the first time, I want to throw your controller out the window. Why? Xbox Series X. I'm talking about original Crisis. Like when I played that on the PS3. Like that shit was like the greatest thing in my entire life. It's like the greatest game ever. Dude, these are just so awesome. Okay, let's just try beveling it. Let's just see what it's like beveled. Just to see it. Yeah. I just feel like it's not doing it for me. I think you do need the loop cut, but I hate to do it now. You know, we're not doing the loop cut. Fuck that. That's cursed as fuck. That's cursed. You don't want to do that. What is this? Is it inset? Okay. I'm trying to think like what other tables look like. What do tables look like? What do tables look like? Like, bro. I wish I could put it closer to the table, but there's really no way to do that because it's at an angle. I could do it by hand like this, but that just seems so sketchy, me doing that, because now it's just slightly off for the rest of eternity. What do we think? That or that? God, I would get a lot more done if I just went with shit. Isn't it $200 for server CPUs? Yeah, well, they're certainly better than whatever I'm fucking working with. That's for sure. That's for sure. Okay. So now we made one of the legs, and now we need to move the legs. So, how did we do this last time? We did something cursed. Okay, so we know that it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. So it's this face. That's the middle. So we go here and we go to put the 3D cursor on this face. View face, select similar, there is a way to do this. Move 3D cursor to face blender. How do you do this? Shift S, cursor to selected. Shift S, cursor to selected. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we need to be doing. Okay, so now when we do no. Cursor to selected, grab this, do this, grab the whole thing. Now we have a series of sketchy things that we need to do. So we duplicate it, leave it there, right click it, mesh, transform, snap, selection, cursor. That didn't do anything. Selection of cursor, keep offset, keep rotation, and then RZ. Oh my god, this is fucking terrible. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my fucking god, this is fucking terrible. Okay, we're not gonna do that. We're going to rotate it around. How do I rotate it around it? Around. If it rotates around the wrong spot, change your pivot point drop down at the top of the viewport to bounding box center? No. 3D cursor to world origin, pivot point 3D cursor. Oh my god, I think I'm a god at Blender now. Oh my god, I think I just cooked like a chef. Holy fucking shit. I'm fucking cracked. Just kidding. Oh my god. Oh wait, we could just do 120. You know, that's... Shift-E, R120. Perfect. 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 Beautiful. The legs look too small. Oh my god, the legs look too small. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. We can always fuck with it later. The legs do look a bit small. It does. That is gonna bother me. But that's also the biggest table of all time. Now, before we move it, we are, of course, going to apply transforms. Let's just make sure that it's a good size. That, if I put this over there, does that seem like a good size? It seems a bit tall still. Now this can be a good size, yeah. Yeah. It's a bit small in terms of the bar, so yeah. Okay, so now let's just do, we have bar stool. It's not supposed to be a stool. It is supposed to be set origin, geometry to origin. Okay. Now we move it gently into the bar. Into the bar. It looks too tall, but that's listen, that's okay. We're gonna check it out in engine and then go based on that. Okay, we're just gonna go based on that. For now, it will just have the texture of stool wood. Okay, that's what it's gonna be. It's just gonna be stool wood. It looks ugly as fuck because we haven't unwrapped it. We're just gonna go UV, smart UV project, unwrap it. Now it's stool wood, and let's just export it and see what it looks like in the engine. We need to triangulate it. We will triangulate this and give it to me. Why are all of my textures gone? Why are all of my textures gone? Like what the fuck are we talking about? Why are my textures gone? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck are we talking about? Like, What, like, it's just black. It's just black. It's just black. Like, the texture is just black. The normal is just black. Oh my god, this is fucking awful. This fucking happened again. It just keeps on deleting them. Because I think I don't fake user it or something. I don't fucking know, but it deleted everything this time. I'm just like so done. I don't know. Dude, like, this is so fucking lame. Like, how do you make a program this shit and it be so widely used? Like, genuinely. It makes no fucking sense why this is okay. We're very close to that. That is very much close to reality at this point. It's like, it's just so fucking stupid, man. I mean, I have to look this up again to figure out what the fuck is happening. Save your image files externally to your drive immediately after baking so Blender doesn't lose the data when switching tasks. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, how is that okay? How is that okay? Like, that makes no sense. That is literally the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Go to image editor. Why is this not baking? Why is this not baking? It's not baking. It's literally, it just refuses to bake now. Like, okay, we're just gonna create a new fucking texture. We're gonna call it building diff. It just refuses to bake. Oh, it's because the building isn't selected. Even though it is selected. It wasn't selected in that thing. Okay. Deselect the floor. You should get a 2/3 or I do have an external hard drive, yeah. Okay, I baked it. Okay. Okay, so apparently what you need to do is you need to get this. You need to go here, image editor. You need to click to how do you save it? How the fuck do you save it? How do you save it? You have to go into this. What the fuck are you talking about? That is so stupid. That is actually so fucking stupid. Okay, just save it like this. Save it like this. Okay. That is so stupid. That is fucking so dumb. Holy shit. Okay. Let us bake the normals now. There's a floppy drive button. Your brain is like baked beans. Well, your brain is good then. I guess I don't even know if I like baked beans. The table looks way too fucking small, by the way. It looks way too fucking small. Yeah, the normal takes fucking forever to fucking bake. The table looks way too small. The windows are too big. I like the big windows. I'm a big fan of the big windows. How to move out from Blender. Alt S. Alt S. Alt S apparently. Never used that before. Alt S. Alt S. Alt S. This. Oh, pivot point individual origins? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That is what we're talking about. Individual origins. That's the way to go. Honestly, what we could do is just get the whole thing, scale it up. What the fuck? What? Bruh. What? Why? 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 Oh, because the feet aren't connected. Oh, the feet aren't connected. Oh, also there's a foot inside of this foot. That's also a problem. Add a ground and rescale the windows. I like the windows the way they are. Okay, maybe there isn't a foot inside of this one. We do need to merge the vertices though, and so that's what I'm gonna do. So that we have to go one by one and do it. We have to do it one by one. We need to bake the other stuff. We need to bake this. Should be just this, and then we have to go to the building, make sure that this isn't selected. Yeah. Do not select it. Okay. Now just select this. Yeah. Then bake diffuse. Okay. Oh, it already finished. Okay. Good. Okay. Now we need to save this. And okay. The fact that it doesn't save this shit for you is fucking stupid. Okay. Also, let's make sure to unselect everything. Okay, we did. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Okay, we did. Okay. Oops. How am I using OpenGL? Through GLEW, if that's what you're asking. Okay, now we can scale it up and then remove the Z component. That's what we want to do. I think that looks good. Okay, let's see that. KLEW, it's GLEW. It's bindings for it. Honestly, could be even a bit bigger. Could even be a bit bigger than that. Could even be a bit bigger. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll make it a bit bigger. What? Pivot point individual origins. Okay, now that's probably too big. Yeah, although I think the idea of the big tables makes sense based on the kind of idea I had for it. Let's just get rid of the building so that it's easier to see in relation to everything else. Oh wait, whoops. That's probably good. I think the stools probably need to come down in height, to be honest. Move in a loop, because it is a loop technically. Yeah. Looks like this got fucked up when we were baking. This got fucked up. Yeah. Table feels about right. It is a bit high. Yeah. So make it come down a bit. And then make the stools a bit smaller. Yeah. Okay. Looks so fucking chill, yeah. We really should have done that like this. Yeah, that's about what it should be. The stools are just big. The stools are just like really kind of double the size that they should be, to be honest. Like this makes more sense. Anyway. And then if you move the stool over, how does it feel? Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. So I think just bring the stools, scale the stools differently. And then that's cool. Yeah, I guess I could. It's kind of like a stool has to be the scale of a stool, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's kind of like something that you have to do by hand, I guess. Alright, let's get rid of the stools then, other than the first one, and then do the duplicate thing. Okay, one stool, object, as scale it down. That's about what it was before, but let's still do the test. Dude. Now it's smaller than this. No, that's way too small. Yeah. But, you know, if you do it in front of the... Yeah, this is probably fine. This is probably what it is. Yeah, this is probably what it is. Maybe the table does need to come up a bit. It's hard to know, really, without seeing it in Engine. Yeah, this is the correct stool height. I think that the table either needs to come up a bit, or we need to have separate chairs for the table. Because this, I don't think that this is gonna really... no. It can work. It can work. At least for now it can work. We probably want separate chairs for the table. But for now this seems the correct scale. Yeah. Okay, let's just settle on it and do the thing. So apply all transforms, object, set origin geometry to origin, and then let's just move them over again and set them up. Okay. I think part of it could be the distance scaling from the camera perspective is limp. Yeah, that's also true. Nice. Okay. Okay. Before we do anything else, let's test this. How the scale feels in engine. This one isn't resting. Now they are. We can add a physics object to the table, yeah. I kind of want to make the table the bar thing. I need to rebake it if I do this. But we could rebake it and it'd be fine, I think. Yeah, we would need to rebake it. So let's go and rebake, I guess. I wish you could maybe probably bake another texture. Just duplicate the material and then just bake a different texture for it. I don't know. But yeah, probably just gotta do this, press bake on it. Like do like 1, 2, 3 tables, something like that. I want to really turn up the strength on this. Making this is so fast compared to the fucking building. Yeah, you can even see that the UVs on this are fucked up for the building. Yeah. Yeah, it really doesn't like doing the UVs on this. But I don't know how to unwrap it myself. Okay. Okay, so that's the material for it. I guess we can move where the walls look like a fingerprint. I guess so. I guess we can duplicate some stools and move them over. Dude, you gotta work with me here. Okay. We've moved the stools over. I forgot to put the physics object on the table. Yeah. Yeah, the unwrapping. Yeah. Yeah. Taking my anger out on the fucking chairs. Fuck you, chairs. Doesn't count on the physics. I could make it count on the physics, but everything has the same weight right now, so it would like move similarly to the chair. I don't really have a way to set an object's properties because this would have to be, I would have to be able to change it here in the UI, and I haven't built that yet because that's kind of a pain in the ass. It's hard to explain why, but it's because this would have to be, we would have to be able to select physics objects, and how can you select a physics object without knowing, you know, in the case of a table it's fine because it's one mesh node, but if something is multiple mesh nodes, then how do you select the physics object that's attached to it? You know, it's annoying, but yeah, that's the reason why. I should look up Yeah, I think that just the automatic islands thing is just problematic. Like if you go here and here, and then you go here, and then you go here, and you go UV, smart UV project. Like, I guess it wrapped it differently. But I doubt that it's that if we go big, I doubt that it's going to work. Does lighting qualify? It's on the physics engine? Not really, no. Oh, I did get it right this time. Oh, I guess I unwrapped it stupidly that time, huh? Okay, well. Yeah, let's save it. We have to bake the whole building again. Okay, let's see it. Okay, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I can show what I mean if I make the if I make it a Boolean physics and then import it as a physics object, it's just gonna move like a chair does and not like a table would. So this is what that looks like. Right. Wow, the hitbox for that table is pretty fucking funny. What the hell? Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, this table just is not a... What the fuck? Yo, there's something fucked up with this table, man. What the fuck? What? Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. I have no clue what would be fucked up with that. Yeah, I don't know. It's jumping around. Yeah, we can play around with it, I guess, and see what's going on. PC resolve impulse static. The old classic stomping grounds. we could go back to doing this clamping separately. For the impulse here, I could just use jval and get rid of the accumulation stuff. Looks like the large polygon areas are clipping. What do you mean? It has nothing to do with the floor. It has nothing to do with the floor. I thought that it was Baumgart because it kind of looks like it's Baumgart that's being weird, but I don't think that it is anymore. Yeah, it's weird. It very much just doesn't like this, this table specifically. Oh, I think I know what it is. It's probably, yeah, this. It's at 0. It should not be at 0. Geometry to origin, and then transform it back. That's what it is. It didn't have a correct transformation matrix. The vertices were there, not the actual table. That's why it was off-center. Does it align with the gravity with the map that if the floor isn't outlined? What do you mean? But as you can see, it like doesn't have weight, right? So it's kind of just like a limp noodle. Now if I add it onto the mass of it, then it would be fine probably. But you know, then I would have to add onto the mass for everything. Like if we go here and we go just to the, this changes the mass of everything. If we make it like, you know, a mass of 10,000, right? Then it should theoretically, see, we can't move it anymore. So obviously you want something probably like 200 for a table, and you know, relative to the chair. So yeah, now it's harder to move, right? But I don't have the infrastructure now. The chairs are also hard to move, so right. So you see what I'm getting at. But yeah, I need a thing, you know. I could also have it be a thing here where you could set a custom property for it, but you know. It should really be a in-engine thing, if we're being serious. Alright, let's try UV unwrapping this shit again. I need to make sure that nothing else is selected. See, we would have made a really big mistake there. Okay. So we're gonna bake it again. We're gonna bake the diffuse again. So the object list, this is all of the things, yeah. Yeah, let's just hope that it works this time. But it may just not be able to unwrap such a big thing without us doing it. Okay, is this it? Really? It's that small? Okay. Let's go to save as. Building diff. Alright, and let's see it. Oh, I meant to do this. See, it's smudged. It's smudged all over the place. I mean, it's not as bad as it was last time. But yeah, there's just UV shit all over the place. Like here, too. It's fucking gross. Fuck. Yeah, this is something where I probably have to UV unwrap it myself. But I don't know how to do that. Like this, these are smudged because they're near these. If I increase the island margin, does it help? I think that would probably help. Oh god, what the fuck is this? Okay, yeah, definitely don't do that. I have no clue if this is gonna work. Is the blurry bits a tiling error? No. The blurry bits are the linear smudging when it gets baked between islands. I don't know if this is gonna be enough. The problem is that each of those windows has a different thing. As it is a different thing when all of the windows should be exactly the same. Maybe, hold on, let me see this. So how to copy UVs from another object blender. Control L and choose transfer UV maps. Control L, select, okay. So let's try this. Just select the building and one window. Select this and the building and just smart UV project this, these two things. Okay, just these two things. And then go to this window and then apparently select it last. And then go Control L, copy UV maps. And now we can just do it to everything. Copy this last, Control L, copy UV maps. And now all of them are on the same place in there. And so that this should now bake fine, hopefully. Now, why is this such a weird process to do that? I don't fucking know. Each of the windows is different. To Blender, each of the windows is different. To Blender, unless you explicitly copy their UV data, when you unwrap, they all unwrap separately. Because they're all in a different position. Oh fuck, I didn't do this. Oh, I didn't select this. This is how meshes work, you know. As soon as you change one tiny vertex, right, these things are completely different, right? So, you know, they don't do this automatically for a reason. But there should be a more obvious option for that. You shouldn't have to dig to find that option. Shouldn't have to like press Control L. You should. Okay. Yeah, the normal takes fucking forever, holy shit. Yeah, I should make the thing that can select the physics components and then change the physics component data. But I'm kind of getting tired. kind of getting tired. Yeah, I should really look up how to tile this wall texture, because that would really help us out a lot. Alright, hopefully we never have to bake this normal fucking texture again. Maybe I just duplicate a table or two. I hate duplicating because then it's like, oh my god, did it crash? Did Blender just fucking crash? Oh my god. Yeah. Have I ever used Lua? No. Do we wait for it, or do we just kill it and do it again? I guess we should just let it die. I don't think it's gonna come back to life. I think it's dead. Yeah, my bad for trying to fucking bake a normal map. My bad, bro. Okay. Back to here. Wait. This one has seams. This one also has smudges. Dude, I can't with this shit. I really can't with this shit. Like, this is the good one. This is the good one. Okay, we need to do one window, one building again. Building, one window. Okay. And UV unwrap with an island margin. We might even need a bigger margin than that. Let's just make it an insane. Okay, well, that's too much. The table is still physical, yeah. The thing is, I don't know if we're going off the texture. This way is safer. Oh my fucking god, the fact that I have to do this shit again, I'm gonna lose my fucking shit. Okay, I think we're seam free now. Okay, I think we're seam free. I'm turning up the strength on these normals. Just for fun. Because I deserve a little bit of fun, because it's gonna fucking crash anyway. Okay, please don't fucking crash this time. Please just don't crash this time. Please. I beg of you, just don't crash. This... Okay, save it, save it. No, don't save this. Go to here. Save this. Image. Save. Oh my god, is it over? Is it fucking over? No. This. Sunlight. Okay. Okay, we... Alright. Is that blurry? Or is that just... Is that spot blurry? Or... No, I think it's just... No, it's just literally the shit is just tripping us out really hard. Yeah, cool. Cool stuff. Yeah, the strobing light is kind of cool, but I think just to vibe with it, I kind of just want to get rid of the animations. Just because I want to chill out and see. Yeah, cool stuff. I kind of want to see what it's like with like 128 probe iterations. I want to see what the probes are getting. All right. I think I'm going to post a higher resolution video in the Discord showing off the shit. Did you miss something? I don't know. Yeah, the probes basically just get white light. Pretty much just exclusively just white light everywhere. But to be fair, there's just a... What about behind the bar? Still just bright white light. Yeah, we should fix that. Our probes should really be giving us better data. It's still a mystery to me why they don't, why they aren't doing that. Yeah, the probes are probably broken a little bit. But whatever. Whatever. I've been here for 9 hours, so probably gonna call it. Had a lot of fun. Did modeling, and texture stuff, and made some trippy shit. Lots of fun. Probably next time more coding and less fucking around. Probably going to do the editor stuff that I want to do and fix the probes. I have to debug the probes because they are not giving us good enough information for what they should be doing, you know, like this should be darker in the corner, obviously, you know, but it's not doing that, so have to fix that. All right. What makes me do all of this? That's a lot of work. I don't really know. I just get bored, you know, because what else am I gonna do? Like fucking what? Like what else am I gonna do, bro? Just like not do something great before you die? Like fucking, like that's so fucking lame, bro. That's been done before. Alright, I'll see you later.